on Finance, Subcommittee J is now called to order. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Tita Ganda, Nax, our Senate Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Here to support the chair
Thank
and the
you.
DOT family.
In today's agenda, we will tackle the proposed budgets of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies. For an orderly manner, the different offices will be given time to make their presentations and followed by the statements, questions of the senators in the order of their arrival. May I call on the COMSEC to acknowledge for the record our resource persons for this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. For this afternoon's resource persons, we have the Honorable Maria Esperanza Cristina Garcia Frasco, DOT Secretary. Good afternoon, ma'am. Together with her are Yusek May Elaine Batan, of the Legal and Special Concerns and also Chief of Staff. From the Administration and Finance, we have Yusek Shireen Gail U. Pamintuan. From the Office of the Secretary, we have Yusek Ferdinand Humapao, Yusek Myra Paz Valderosa Abubakar, Director Ronald Conopio, Mr. Roberto Alabado III. From the Tourism Development Planning, we have OIC Yusek Verna Esmeralda Buensuceso. From the Human Capital Development and Industry Manpower Development, we have ASEC Maria Rica A. Bueno. From the Regional Monitoring Service, we have ASEC Christopher V. Morales. From the Tourism Development and Office of Tourism Development Planning, Research, and Information Management, we have OIC ASEC Warner Andrada. For its attached agencies, from the Intramuros Administration, we have Administrator Attorney Joan M. Padilla. From the National Parks Development Committee, or NPDC, we have its Executive Director, Ms. Cecil Lorenzana Romero. From the Philippine Commission on Sport Scuba Diving, PCSSD, we have Executive Director Mr. Marco Angelo Ancheta. From the Tourism Promotions Board, TPB, we have the Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Maria Margarita M. Nograles. From the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, we have the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Mark Lapid. From the Duty Free Philippines Corporation, we have the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Vicente Pelayo Angela. From the Nayong Filipino Foundation, we have its Executive Director, Ms. Gertrudes Duran Batocabe. From the Philippine Retirement Authority, we have Mr. Philip John Romero. We also have the Ms. Milagros Say from the Planning Service and Financial Management Service. From the Office of Special Concerns, we have Attorney Anna V. Bacomo Lapitan. From the Office of the Public Affairs and Advocacy, we have Ms. Zarina Zara Loyola. From the Tourism Regulation, Coordination, and Resource Generation, we have Ms. Judilyn Kiachon. From the Office of Product and Market Development, we have Mr. Paulo Benito Tugbang. From the Legal Affairs Service, we have Attorney Jennifer Olba. From the Office of Industry Manpower Development, we have Ms. Arlene Alipio. We have also the regional directors here with us. From the National Capital Region, we have Ms. Charlene Zabala Batian. From the Cordillera Administrative Region, we have Ms. Jovita Ganongan. From Region 1, we have Mr. Joseph Francisco Ortega. From Region 2, we have Mr. Troy Alexander Miano. Region 3, we have Mr. Richard Dainos. Region 5, Mr. Herbie Aguas. From Region 6, Ms. Crisanta Marlene Rodriguez. Region 9, we have Ms. Dara Catalunya. Region 10, Ms. Marie Elaine Unchuan. Region 11, Ms. Tanya Virginia Rabatan. Region 12, Director Nelia Arino. And Region 13, we have Yvonne Dumadag. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sige, before we start, meron lang pong manifestation si Senator Bongo via text that he expressed his support for the budgets of the DOT and its attached agencies and is requesting that I manifest the same. So let us begin. May I now recognize the Department of Tourism Secretary for their presentation, followed by Intramuros Administration, NPDC, PCSSD, DFPC, NPF, ano ba to? PRA, TIEZA, and TPB. Thank you. Please proceed, Secretary.
Mabuhay. Magandang hapon. Maayong hapon to our Honorable Chairperson, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Pinay, Senator Lauren Legarda, and this August committee. I am accompanied today by the officials of the Department of Tourism and our attached agencies, and I have the honor to propose the budget of the Department of Tourism for fiscal year 2024. Tourism is our collective source of national pride that has been a vital pillar of our economy. After the pandemic, as the world woke up to countries opening up to travel and tourism once again, the landscape variably changed, which necessitated taking on a developmental approach towards tourism, as well as a recognition of the necessity for innovation in corresponding to global trends. Our president, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., has long recognized since the beginning of his administration the immense potential of tourism as a socio-economic tool for development to provide livelihood and employment opportunities to our fellow Filipinos. Capitalizing on the phenomenon of revenge travel, the Department of Tourism has engaged in various plans and programs to ensure that we are able to uplift the quality of tourism in the Philippines, as well as to compete shoulder to shoulder with our direct competitors in the ASEAN. Therefore, I am pleased to report to this honorable committee the performance of the tourism industry in the past year. Tourism has been identified by our economic managers as the second top driver of the Philippine economy in the first half of this year. Despite global trends, tourism's massive impact seen in the Philippines with anticipation of faster recovery due to policies under the Marcos administration, collaboration in tourism development, and private sector investment has seen the Philippines progress even higher in terms of percentage of recovery vis-a-vis its ASEAN neighbors. The recovery of Philippine tourism vis-a-vis the ASEAN is well seen, with 66.33% year-on-year from January to July 2023 to January to July 2019 versus the 54% average recovery rate of the ASEAN in 2022. By the end of 2022, we saw the robust recovery of tourism, with over 2.65 million international arrivals into the country. This resulted in tourism's contribution to our economy amounting to no less than 1.87 trillion pesos, which reflected a phenomenal 67.18% recovery in visitor receipts vis-a-vis 2019 versus the average 28% recovery of ASEAN tourism receipts. As far as domestic tourism is concerned, and which has been the foundation of Philippine tourism, we saw 102.9 million domestic trips taken in 2022, marking a recovery of 84% in domestic travel vis-a-vis 2019. Thus far, tourism has contributed 6.2% of our gross domestic product, and as mentioned earlier, our national economic managers have attested to the strong contribution of tourism as far as our economic growth is concerned. All of these numbers have resulted in employment for our fellow Filipinos, with over 5.35 million employed in the tourism sector in 2022, reflecting a 93% recovery rate from our tourism employment in 2019. As of October 3, 2023, I am pleased to report to this honorable committee that the Philippines has received over 4 million international arrivals into the Philippines, constituting over 84.7% of our target for this year. Thus far, the revenues contributed by tourism to our economy as of September 30, 2023, numbers 344 billion pesos. Very briefly, I will take you through the big wins that we have had in tourism under the Marcos administration. Our president has approved the revised National Tourism Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 that seeks to reposition the Philippines on the strength of its culture, heritage, and identity, and focused on the principles of sustainability, resilience, and global competitiveness. The vision of the president being one of transformation of the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse in Asia. Early on in the Marcos administration, we made the effort to study the developmental pillars of tourism around the world, and which revealed that the Philippines has been plagued with challenges in terms of the basic pillars of tourism involving infrastructure, connectivity, and the like. Therefore, the National Tourism Development Plan sets forth 7 strategic goals and objectives that seeks to improve the developmental challenges of tourism in the Philippines. These objectives are distilled into 3 key strategies, namely connectivity, convenience, and equality. First, on the aspect of connectivity, we continued our collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Highways, recognizing the necessity of ensuring that our destinations, whether key, emerging, or lesser known, are accessible by way of quality tourism roads. Therefore, in 2023, this convergence resulted in the continuation of the construction of no less than 158 kilometers of tourism roads. Recognizing our gateways as the first and last impression of our tourists, we have also enhanced connectivity in partnership with the Department of Transportation. If you've had the opportunity to pass through NAIA Terminal 2 lately, our collaboration with the Department of Transportation, as well as our attached agency, the TIEZA, has resulted in the enhancement of NAIA Terminal 2 with Filipino-themed amenities and improvements to the interiors of the entire tourism experience in this airport. The Philippines has the unique challenge of only being accessible by air unless you take a cruise to the Philippines, and that is why important to us is to study the connectivity challenges of the country. As you can see from the screen, the number of seats coming into the Philippines is comparably lower than its direct competitors, such as Thailand, Vietnam, as well as Indonesia and Malaysia. However, the effort to converge with our aviation partners has resulted in a 90% recovery as far as the seats coming into the Philippines this year. We have also seen incoming flight frequencies increase vis-a-vis June 2022 and June 2023. And you can see from the screen the high rate of increase in the number of flights coming into our key gateways in the country, and which has greatly helped tourism into and around the Philippines. We have also sought to elevate the quality of tourism offerings of the country, because the effort of the Marcos administration is not only to recover, but to transcend. And that is why we now have the very first Philippines hop-on, hop-off bus tours for Metro Manila, where we first launched in Makati, followed by the City of Manila, and in other key cities. The hop-on, hop-off offers tourists an opportunity to get to know the heritage sites and other touristic destinations in the metro with the convenience of obtaining a ticket via a mobile application. Recognizing the necessity for improved internet connectivity, we partnered with the Department of Information and Communications Technology in order to improve internet and Wi-Fi connectivity in 94 Philippine destinations this year. Initially, this partnership has resulted in the forthcoming improvement of at least 47 tourist destinations across Palawan, Cebu, as well as Baguio. The good news is that cruise tourism has come back in a very big way into the Philippines, with over 100 ports of call across 30 island destinations across the country, bringing in more than 110,000 tourists and some 50,000 crew. Under the National Tourism Development Plan, the effort is to expand our cruise tourism portfolio further to other island destinations in the country. In a study conducted among domestic tourists, it was found that the number one concern of Filipinos going around the country as they visit one tourism destination to the next is the need for the provision and improvement of public toilets, requiring government priority intervention. During our listening tours conducted across the tourism value chain all over the Philippines and all over the world, the lack of public facilities such as toilets, lounge, information center for tourists was also of grave concern. Therefore, we wasted no time in breaking ground on 10 tourist rest areas across the Philippines that spans the vast expanse of our country, including Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So popular has the reception been from our tourism stakeholders and our tourists that we are expanding this program to build 15 more tourist rest areas across the country. I would like to invite your attention to the screen that gives you a view into our tourist rest area, which is constructed in partnership with our attached agency, the TIEZA, as well as our partner local government units that provides a comfortable information center and lounge for tourists, as well as clean and decent restrooms with showers and even a lactation room for breastfeeding mothers. And importantly, it supports local economies by providing a pasalubong and souvenir center for our micro, small, and medium enterprises. Just yesterday, on the aspect of convenience, we have launched the very first tourist assistance call center in the country that provides our tourists the convenience and the comfort of having a unified number to call that consolidates the assistance from national government agencies, regional offices, as well as local government units, and even law enforcement and health and safety. Should you be a foreign or domestic tourist and you require assistance, you can have a landline number to call or a mobile number, as well as a web interface, either via our website or a chat mechanism that can reply to any and all requests for assistance by our tourists. One of the greatest challenges of Philippine tourism is our visa policies. And therefore, we converged with our fellow government agencies, namely the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Bureau of Immigration, and the DOJ, as far as the liberalization of visa policies, recognizing that certain key markets all over the world provide enormous economic opportunities, especially for tourism recovery, and which is backed by global data supporting the necessity of opening up electronic visas to these markets. This is also in fulfillment of President Bongbong Marcos's directive to ensure that we're able to implement an electronic visa system for the Philippines. On the aspect of equality, we have pursued tourism inclusivity through partnerships with the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, our partnership with the DILG, as well as the Department of National Defense to ensure peace and security in our tourism destinations. We have sought to address challenges in tourism employment with a partnership with the Department of Labor and Employment, as well as expand programs on tourism education with a partnership with the TESDA. In our effort to expand our tourism portfolio, we have also recently signed a memorandum of agreement with the TIEZA and the Film Development Council of the Philippines to further promote film tourism in the Philippines. The Philippines has recently successfully defended for the 5th year in a row its title as Asia's leading dive destination. And therefore, this necessitates consolidated government support to ensure that the diving industry is fully developed in a sustainable manner. This led to our holding of the very first tourism dive dialogue in the country that brought together national government agencies, local government units, and other stakeholders in the dive industry. We also look to expand more diving areas in the country, recognizing that we are a wealth of marine biodiversity, and as well as to provide more areas where hyperbaric chambers are available to assist divers in distress. Undoubtedly, the best asset of Philippine tourism is the Filipino people. And that is why we have ensured that we fully support programs that increase human capital development and expand on the world-renowned Filipino hospitality. This year, the Department of Tourism embarked on a never-before-set goal of training 100,000 Filipino workers in the Filipino brand of service excellence, perpetuating the values of Filipino hospitality. Through the hard work of our trainers, our regional offices, as well as our Office of Industry and Manpower Development, we have managed to train over 92,000 Filipinos, therefore strategically positioning the Philippines as an excellence center for tourism hospitality. The vision of our president is that no tourism destination is left behind as we open up to tourism once again. And that is why we have recently launched the Philippine Experience, a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that seeks to give opportunities to our key destinations as well as our emerging and lesser-known destinations to introduce the best of their destinations to the world. And that includes not only a visit to their nature-based destinations, but also an introduction into their culture, their heritage, their history, their identity, and importantly, the product of their local makers. We foresee that the Philippine Experience will foster national unity and national pride. Having been a mayor prior to becoming secretary, I recognize the need to partner with local government units in order to ensure tourism development from the ground. And that is why, in partnership with the TIEZA, we launched the Tourism Champions Challenge for cities and municipalities that aims to give financial grants to LGUs all over the country that would propose tourism infrastructure projects that are in conformity with the National Tourism Development Plan. We foresee that the Tourism Champions Challenge could address basic need for improvement in basic infrastructure in LGUs and foster development further in the countryside. Sustainability lies at the heart of the National Tourism Development Plan. And that is why we are very pleased to report to this August committee that this year, the United Nations World Tourism Organization has admitted into the network of sustainable tourism observatories, Batanes, a group of islands, as well as the province of Bohol has been declared as a UNESCO Geopark, the very first for the Philippines. We have also proposed the constitution of a National Sustainable Tourism Council composed of the DOT, the DILG, and the DENR, among others, so that our efforts towards ecotourism can be consolidated. And we are now in the draft stages of the National Ecotourism Sustainable Action Plan. Our progressive accreditation system is also presently being revised to include measures of accreditation for green practices. We have also sought to fully unlock the tourism potential of Mindanao. Recently, I was in Tawi-Tawi, the southernmost province of the Philippines, in our effort to bring tourism development and promotion to the farthest part of the country, as well as to lend the hand of government as far as tourism development is concerned. We're engaging in the full reopening of Mindanao to tourism in a strategic manner by partnering with the Department of National Defense and the DILG to ensure that peace and security is the bedrock of tourism development. The very first tourism rest area in Mindanao has also already been inaugurated in Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon, followed by an inauguration of a tourist rest area in Samal Island in Davao del Norte. The first launch of the Philippine Experience was also held in Mindanao, specifically in the Davao region. And I am pleased to report to this August committee that through the efforts of the Marcos administration and our private tourism stakeholders towards the development of halal tourism in the country, the Philippines has been recognized as the emerging Muslim-friendly destination of the year, rising to number 7 in our global rankings in the Global Muslim Tourism Index. In our effort to spread government assistance to community-based tourism organizations across the country, we have provided financial and livelihood assistance to CBTOs in Sultan Kudarat, Iloilo, Zamboanga, Bukidnon, as well as Samal. We have also sought to give due recognition to our partners in the tourism industry that tell the Filipino story and really are the reason why our tourists come back again and again, our tour guides. That is why, since the start of the administration, we have begun giving tour guide kits to these tour guides in Intramuros, Tawi-Tawi, Davao del Norte, Iloilo, Zamboanga, and Bukidnon that provide them with the necessary gear to be able to do their work as effectively as possible. Further expanding on the strategy of equality, we have expanded our tourism portfolio. Recently, we completed the very first Tourism Pride Summit in the country, recognizing that what is foreseen to be a $500 billion industry by 2030 provides great opportunities for the Philippines as far as support for LGBTQIA+ tourism. We have also signed a memorandum of agreement with the FDCP to support the construction of a film heritage building and to build upon our film tourism. We have continued our gastronomic trainings through the community-based culinaria training, the very first Manila Food and Wine Festival, and to grow our health and wellness tourism in the country, we have signed with one of the renowned global providers of health and wellness tourism support, the Agora Group, to be able to expand our tourism offerings to the Middle Eastern market. Farm tourism programs also continue with the holding of our National Farm Tourism Summit and the continuation of the accreditation of farm tourism sites. We have sought to sustain the Philippines as a top-of-mind destination all over the world through our participation in both international and domestic exhibitions. In June, we launched an enhanced tourism branding for the Philippines called Love the Philippines. More than just a slogan, it is a call to action to our fellow Filipinos to love our country, as well as a reminder to our visitors that when they come to the Philippines, they will find a multitude of reasons to love the Philippines, so much so that they will come back again and again. No less than our president has given his support for Love the Philippines and expressed his gratitude to all our fellow Filipinos who have responded to the call to love our country. There are many iterations for Love the Philippines that can be applied across the entire tourism portfolio, from our gastronomy, to our culture, to our marine biodiversity, health and wellness, adventure, our sports tourism offerings, as well as our islands, and including, of course, our heritage. Thus far, a total of 972 local government units, officials, hotels, attractions, malls, associations, and other personalities have expressed their support for Love the Philippines, evincing acceptance of the enhanced tourism branding campaign. Needless to say, there are many reasons to love the Philippines, and the world has told us such. As mentioned earlier, we have managed to defend our title as Asia's leading dive destination, and the Uzakrota Global Travel Awards has also chosen the Philippines as the world's leading country destination for tourism. Recognizing the Philippines' repositioning, as well as lending its support to our country's approach towards tourism development under the Marcos administration, our fellow nations that are members of the United Nations World Tourism Organization have affirmed their support for our country through the election of the Philippines as the Vice President of the United Nations World Tourism Organization 25th General Assembly and Chair of the Commission for East Asia and the Pacific. The last time the Philippines held this position was in 1999, or 24 years ago. Our fellow tourism nations have also expressed their confidence in the country's hosting of the Joint Commission meetings of the UNWTO East Asia and the Pacific and South Asia in Cebu next year. As we usher in the golden era of tourism, we foresee that with the support of the Senate and as well as this August committee, there are several projects down the road that we foresee would further elevate the quality of Philippine tourism. First is the continuation of our tourism road infrastructure projects with budget lodged under the DPWH. We have sought for funding to be given to new tourism roads so as to give opportunities to new destinations in the country. We will continue the enhancement of the tourist experience in our gateways. In partnership with the Tourism Promotions Board, we're launching the Travel Philippines application. We have also already made the DRRM operations manual that will guide all our regional offices in case of calamities and disasters, as well as expand on our cruise tourism portfolio. With your kind support, Madam Chair, next year, we hope to be able to build tourist emergency centers across our densely populated tourist destinations to lend safety and health to our tourists. We will also expand our hop-on, hop-off bus tours, further expand our tourist assistance call center, build upon our existing tourist rest area portfolio, and seek increase in tourism investments, both from government and the private sector, especially on the aspect of MICE, accommodation, as well as transportation and amusement. We will also expand on halal tourism, health and wellness, film tourism, farm tourism, sports tourism, provide tourism scholarships in partnership with the TESDA, further support our creative industries, and of course, expand on our tourism circuits for pilgrimage and heritage. In summation, we've seen tourism's remarkable contribution to our economy. And if what we seek is an expansion rather than a contraction, we seek the kind indulgence of this August committee as well as the Senate for support for the Department of Tourism's budget, as it can only inure to the benefit of our economy. As a matter of fact, only 2 days ago, the Secretary of Finance has reported that domestic and international tourism is seen to drive trade, transportation, storage, accommodation, and the food services sector this month. Having reported on the industry performance of tourism in the past year, I now present to you the 2024 budget proposal of the DOT, which will be followed by our attached agencies. As a preface to that, we have sought to ensure that we're fully compliant with all government regulations pertaining to the disbursement of government funds. That is why I'm pleased to inform the Honorable Chair that the Department of Tourism was able to receive an unmodified opinion from the Commission on Audit for fiscal year 2022. As far as the OT's financial performance is concerned, reflected on the screen is the utilization as of June 30, 2023, and our projected utilization, which will stand at 63% by the end of October this year. If we do a comparative analysis of the 2023 GAA vis-a-vis the 2024 NEP, you will see a decrease of 20% in the budget of the Department of Tourism, standing at 3.7 billion in 2023, and without your intervention would stand at 2.9 billion in 2024. We have also detailed herein the reduction in the budgets as reflected in the 2024 NEP. And while there are certain increases for certain attached agencies, overall, the 20% decrease in the budget for the Department of Tourism we foresee to affect key and flagship programs of the department that will lead to a contraction of tourism growth. Particularly for the OSEC, DOT OSEC NEP, we have detailed herein that across nearly all of the operating units and expense accounts of the DOT OSEC, there is a decrease in our budget. The allocation is notably 82% lower than the DOT's initial proposal. The DOT therefore appeals for a reevaluation of the budget as well as the necessary resources in order to effectively fulfill its mandate, especially that we all know how crucial the tourism sector is to our economy that employs millions of Filipinos. Further in the screen are the details of the budget allocated for each and every one of our general management supervision, support to operations, tourism policy formulation and planning, tourism industry training, standards development, market and product development, as well as branding. The Department of Tourism is committed to continue the gains that have been made in this sector under the Marcos administration by taking a developmental and innovative approach towards tourism development. It is our earnest hope that with the support of this committee, the Honorable Chairperson and our dear senators, that we would be able to be armed with the appropriate resources that will give us the competitive edge vis-a-vis our ASEAN neighbors. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan. Love the Philippines.
Thank you, Secretary Frasco. I would like to recognize the presence of our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. For our next resource person, I would like to call on Intramuros Administration. For the other agencies, can we just limit the presentation to 5 minutes? Let us focus on your budget for next year and your wish list. Thank you.
Mabuhay, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Mabuhay, good afternoon, Senator J.V. Ejercito and Senator Lauren Ligarda. I'm here to present the accomplishments and the proposed budgets of the Intramuros Administration. The Intramuros Administration is a national government agency attached to the Department of Tourism. Under Presidential Decree number 1616, IA is responsible for the orderly restoration and development of Intramuros as a monument to the Hispanic period of Philippine history. The following slides will show our accomplishments for our Prexy targets for the first half of this year. For the percentage of existing site structures maintained, conserved, and restored, it's about 100%. For the artifacts maintained, 74.48%. For commercial properties, it's 100%. For events facilities, it's 84.62%. For our revenue generation, we have already collected, as of August 31, 83 million pesos, which goes to our revolving fund. For the percentage for use of event facilities acted within 24 hours, it's 100%. For promotional activities, it's also 195.45%. For visitor arrivals, we already have an accomplishment of 180.44%, which translates to about 3.4 million visitors for the first half of 2023. This is the highest in 20 years. For the number of events held, we have accomplished 117%. For compliance of building owners to PD 1616, it's 100%. And for permit and clearance holders, it's 105%. For the number of structures inspected and audited, 94.77%. And for permits issued within 3 days, 98.33%. For our qualitative accomplishments, we have won as Intramuros as Asia's leading tourist attraction from the World Travel Awards. We have received an unqualified opinion from the Commission on Audit from 2019 until 2022. We have started with some of our projects for this year. The first one is Bentimuros Project. This is a donation drive in collaboration with the Rotary Club of Intramuros. We have also started a cleanup drive known as Clean Tramuros. In total, we already have about 3,000 volunteers for this Clean Tramuros project to keep Intramuros clean and green. We have an existing memorandum of agreement with the Lyceum of the Philippines University, as well as the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. We also have a memorandum of agreement with the Ready Reserve Infantry Battalion, the Commission on Elections. Intramuros can now be found on Klook with the signing of our MOA with Klook. We also have a MOA with the Philippine Information Agency. PIA was able to help us with the production of our infomercials on the Simple program, which is the relocation project of Intramuros administration for the informal settler families in Intramuros. PIA also helped us with the promotion of Intramuros during the World Travel Awards nomination. For our budgets, presented are the budgets that we received from 2018 to 2023, and the budget and the NEP for 2024. As shown on screen, there is a variance of about negative 20%, which translates to around 20 million pesos. For the submitted proposals, we have submitted a total of around 212 million pesos, but under the 2024 NEP, we are only given 75 million pesos, or a variance of around 136 million pesos. These are the priority funding requirements for fiscal year 2024. Number one is our security services. So the security services would cost around 58 million pesos for 1 year. Unfortunately, the only budget given for our security services is only 1.8 million pesos, which can only fund 2 security guards who are located in our office at Palacio del Gobernador. So for the remaining 98 security forces that we need in order for the safety and security of Intramuros, we have to source our funds from our revolving fund, which depletes the revolving fund of the Intramuros administration, which is supposedly for use of our rehabilitation projects of the heritage sites found in Intramuros. So we are hoping for the augmentation of our security services, because right now at 1.8 million, it can only fund 2 security personnel. And we need about 100 security personnel for the safety and security of our tourists as well as our stakeholders in Intramuros. So the total for the proposed budget for security services is around 58 million pesos. The next priority funding requirement would be our air handling system. So the air handling system of the Intramuros administration has not been rehabilitated since its installation before 1979. So we would need about 17 million pesos in order to rehabilitate our air handling system. This cannot be funded from other sources because this involves a non-income site because it involves the Intramuros Administration Office. So we would need, again, the support of this committee for the additional budget augmentation for the purpose of rehabilitating our air handling system. We also need budget augmentation for the rehabilitation of our IA office. Since the establishment of the IA, of the Intramuros administration, our office has not been given any funding for its rehabilitation. And we would need around 6.6 million pesos for the rehabilitation of our office facilities. Again, this cannot be given any other source of funds because it has to come from the general fund, given that the IA office is considered as a non-income generating site. For the Intramuros gates, we would need about 1.4 million pesos. So as the Intramuros gates, as you can see from the pictures, it's already in dilapidated condition. Nangangalawang na po yung mga Intramuros gates at marami sa kanila sira na. Unfortunately, the funding for the Intramuros gates was not included in our 2024 NEP. So we would need again the support for the augmentation, for the rehabilitation of our Intramuros gates. And this cannot be funded from our revolving fund because Intramuros gates is not considered as a commercial operation. So it has to come from funding for the general fund or the funding from GAA. For the rehabilitation of our Pook Alataptap, we intend to transfer the communities that are selling or the merchants of the Intramuros community to the Pook Alataptap, which is located in Baluarte Plano de Luneta. So we wanted to transform the Pook Alataptap into a bancheto type of a food bazaar. This will develop the area as well as help the community. So this is the current condition of the vendors in Postigo. So we want to relocate them to that area in Pook Alataptap where the WOW Philippines was previously located. Okay. And lastly, one of the priority projects is also the Intramuros Transport Hub, which we will apply for the private partnership, private and public partnership center. Because this would translate to around a funding of around 126 million pesos. The intention is to have a transport hub within Intramuros that will connect Intramuros to the Rizal Park and the city of Manila. That would be all for the Intramuros administration. Thank you.
I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Next to speak, MPDC.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Lauren Regarda, Senator J.V. Hercito, and Senator Robin Padilla. Okay. I was advised to go straight to the National 2024 National Expenditure Program for the NPDC. Okay. For the agency proposed budget, it's 252,757. This is a 10.25% increase from the previous budget of 229,257,000. Okay, next slide. Okay. So this is the breakdown for the agency proposed budget for NPDC as compared with the 2023 budget. From the previous one, so there's an increase of 23,500,000 in increase. So that's a 10.25% increase. Okay, next slide. Okay, highlights and major thrust for the NPDC is the development and maintenance of the assigned parks, Right now, we're managing Rizal Park and Paco Park. So this is for the general upkeep and maintenance of assigned parks, the implementation of the Rizal Park Master Plan, specifically in the open air auditorium, the enhancement of our gender responsive restrooms for the western section and the northern comfort rooms, the facade enhancement of the Gender and Development Center, the supply and installation of electrical tapping points at park facilities, the rehabilitation of the wiring system at the main powerhouse building, and the refleeting of the NPDC motor vehicles and park and ICT equipment. The second one is the promotional and of recreational, social, cultural, and educational programs and activities. For our regular programs, that's Concert at the Park, Paco Park Presents, Stop and Salute Flag Ceremony, the Martyrdom of Dr. Jose P. Rizal, a light and sound presentation, and park conversations. We've also started to include the changing of the guard ceremony, the silent drill exhibition, parkumentaries, cinema in the open air, and the Rizal Park and Paco Park walking tours. Some of our special programs include the NPDC anniversary, Chinese New Year, the usual other events like Earth Hour, National Heritage Month, Flores de Mayo, down to during the Burmas for the holiday season. This is in coordination with other concerned organizing committees for the conduct of the following activities. Another one is the improvement of our financial viability in support of the NPDC mission. This is to intensify the linkages with the NGOs and the other government organizations for donations to support NPDC special projects. This is for the publication of our brochures, the conduct of business affairs, representations, and networking with various public and private groups and individuals. And lastly, maintenance of peace and order in the assigned parks. The augmentation of the present security forces of the agency, including the deployment of tourist-oriented police for community order and protection, that's a top cop program, strengthening linkages with law enforcement agencies like the MPD and also the MMDA, and maximization of the use of our CCTV for park security. The proposed budget that is not included in the National Expenditure Program, okay, is our tier 1 is 212,511. For the tier 2, there's an additional, we're asking for additional 341,697, which is actually composed mostly of the capital outlay since we haven't been receiving any capital outlay for the past 3 years. Maybe this year we do have one for our NPDC offices, which is going to be built, which will start building within the year also. So the budget not considered for NPDC is amounts to 301,451,000. The following are the top 10 proposals under the MOE and the capital outlay that were not considered. Okay, so this is for the conduct of the Philippine Parks Congress. We've conducted the first one last year, so we're continuing with the second one this year. So we hope to continue this so that we can start the conversations really about the development of more parks here in the Philippines. The next one is the development of the NPDC portal, construction of the archive building for our files, conservation management plan, management plan and prevention maintenance of Paco Park. This has been badly needed. Before we had a 7 million insertion in the last year's budget, but that was reverted back to the treasury because of the pandemic. Payment for the services of the Office of the Solicitor General, implementation of Rizal Park Complex Comprehensive Tourism Plan. This is in partnership with TIEZA. Office productivity, or apps, procurement of trucks, Maldiv, or this is for the technical, this is for the maintenance of the park. Operation and maintenance services for the martyrdom of Dr. Jose Rizal, the lights and sound presentation, and the fabrication and installation of Rizal Park marker. So that's a total of 123,289,390. That is it for NPDC.
Thank you. Next, 2%. Ano ba? Nasa na ba yung isa ko? PCSSD.
Honorable Chair, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senators Robin Hood Padilla, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Lauren Legarda, good afternoon po. I'm representing the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. Just a short story or background. The Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving was created in 1978 by virtue of Letter of Instruction 745 by then President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. with the vision that the Philippines becomes the leading dive destination in Asia. Its mandates include promulgation of programs and projects geared towards the development of the country as the premier diving area in Asia, formulate rules and regulations, safety standards, and operating procedures for the development of the sports in the Philippines, undertake studies, researches, and surveys for possible incentives to private sectors, and formulate and implement programs on marine conservation, particularly those in areas of high touristic value. In 2007, the Commission was directed and authorized to exercise the power and function of regulating the operations of dive establishments and activities of dive professionals in the country. By virtue of Republic Act 9593 or the Tourism Act of 2009, the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving became an attached agency to the Department of Tourism and was mandated to undertake measures to provide standard basic rules to all levels or kinds of divers, to regulate scuba sports, technical diving in the country, and to ensure the safety of the sport through the formulation of policies. I shall proceed with the plans and programs for 2024. Currently, the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving is transitioning into a fully attached agency, whereas previously an integrated office inside the Department of Tourism. For this year, the PCSSD received its first budget, which is directed directly to the PCSSD's account. For the plans and programs for 2024, we have in line in-depth policy and mandate review. We have stakeholders mapping and symposiums, accreditation of recreational sports scuba divers and dive professionals, accreditation of dive establishments and lipoboard dive boats. And while we are transitioning into an attached agency, we're going to be focusing a lot on the capacity and capability building of our personnel. So we will be focusing a lot on trainings and seminars for personnel and for the members of the stakeholders. Our proposed budget for 2024 is 14 million for a national agency. Our budget is 14,575,000. This includes $9.7 million as MOOE and 4.873 million for the personal services. Two aspects that we urgently require for our, which are not included in our NAP, is capital outlay of 2.8 million for our vehicles and projected office rentals of 4.35 million. Thank you, ma'am.
Just for confirmation, parang based dun sa isang slide nyo, you have not spent your 2023 budget?
Yes, ma'am. The reason being is that the PCSSD has not yet fulfilled its plantilla positions, and while from last year, the plantilla position occupied was only for the executive director, which is me. So we don't have our
Okay. Wala kang staff?
all JOs, ma'am, and we're still recruiting, in the process of
But
recruiting.
you already requested DBM to, for you to be given mga plantilla positions?
Yes, ma'am. We have an approved plantilla position, 21, including executive director down the and 3 departments, divisions.
So magkano pa lang yung nagagastos mo?
At this point, ma'am, we were not able to disperse our
Kasi,
budget because
sweldo mo,
ma'am,
sweldo mo, hindi pa ho kayo sumusweldo.
I will,
Hindi pa kayo sumusweldo?
I received my salary, ma'am, last year after 10 months of service.
Yung pa lang yung nade-disburse nyo sa budget niya. And plus the JOs.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige.
But there's been progress, a lot of progress. We have recruited 6 of the 22 plantilla
So
positions.
hopefully by the end of 2023, medyo nagalaw nyo na yung budget nyo.
Yes, ma'am. We are working with the other agencies such as NPDC and the other agencies of the Department of Tourism for our disbursement, ma'am. They are assisting
Thank you.
us. Thank you, ma'am.
Next 2%, duty free,
Yeah.
DFPC.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Your Honors. I'm going to present DFP's corporate or operating budget for fiscal year 2024. DFPC was created, and our mandate is DFPC was created and established as a self-sustaining government-owned and controlled corporation by virtue of Republic Act number 9593, otherwise known as the Tourism Act of 2009. It has the exclusive mandate to operate a duty and tax-free merchandising system to augment the service facilities for tourists and to generate foreign exchange for the government. For the corporate operating budget for year 2023, for the current fiscal year 2023, DFP corporate operating budget is 1.4 billion pesos, no? And the total sources of funds is 1.427 billion pesos, which comes from our sales target of 123.5 million US dollars. The total uses of funds is 1.402 billion. This comprises of the following. One is personal services of 544 million pesos. Number two is MOOE amounting to 842 million pesos. And for capital outlay, we have 16.4 million pesos. This will equate to a surplus of 24 million pesos. For DFPC 2023 projected accomplishments, we have 2023 monthly marketing thematic promotions. We opened the Bacolod store last September 18, 2023. And the DTI Fiesta Corner project, showcasing local products. This is in collaboration with the DTI. Partnership with the airlines, PAL and AirAsia, and the hotel as Okada Manila, and the reopening of the NBI Clearance Center in Fiesta Mall, the sale of official FIBA merchandise at NAIA Terminal 1, 2, and 3, and the Love the Philippines campaign, and which is also the renovation of Fiesta Mall. For 2024, the DFPC corporate operating budget is 2.406 billion. The total sources of funds is also 2.409 billion, which comes from our sales target of 167.3 million dollars. The total uses of funds is 2.406 billion. This comprises the following: the personal services, which is 313 million. This was reduced already by about significant amount. No? The maintenance or the MOE amounting to 1.7 billion pesos, capital outlay of 146 million pesos, and separation incentive pay of 187 million pesos. As a result, there will be a surplus of 3 million pesos only. As compared with our 2023 COB of 1.4 billion, there is an increase of 72%. This is based on the positive projection of increase in tourist arrivals for 2024. For the sources of funds for 2024 COB, we project to gain a gross profit of almost 1.9 billion. No? This will comprise 78.7 of sources of funds. The collection recovery from concessionaires of 496 million pesos are based on the passed on expenses. This includes the fixed consideration of for rentals, utility, security, and janitorial services, and reimbursement expenses such as subsidies, insurance, and bond premiums, credit card payment, and transportation and delivery costs. Our revenue of 17 million comes from subleases and interest on deposits. On the other hand, the total uses of funds consists of personnel cost of 313.6 million pesos, an MOOE of 1.8 billion pesos, capital outlay of 146 million pesos, and the separation incentive pay or the SIP of 187 million. This is the second base. Okay, last slide, please. Okay, for the last slide, DFPC as a self-sustaining GOCC does not have any budget included in the National Expenditure Program. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next to present, Nayong Filipino Foundation.
Good afternoon, Senator Legarda, Senator Binay, Senator Padilla, and Senator Ejercito. The closure of the Nayong Filipino Park in Clark has led us to explore new avenues and opportunities to fulfill our mandates. While we eagerly await the construction of the new park in the entertainment city in Parañaque, we have shifted our focus towards other mandates to continue our programs, projects, and activities that align with our vision geared towards promoting culture and heritage of our country. Here are the core mandates that we are actively pursuing to promote, encourage, espouse, and/or initiate research and development projects in social sciences and humanities and related fields, and to promote and encourage the dissemination of its results. Currently, we have three pillar programs, the Heritage Space and the Research Institute, and the last is a Cultural Leadership Institute, which has been gaining grounds because we have partnered with OPMD of the DOT by assisting them by way of training our cultural leaders who will be at the forefront of Philippine cultural heritage promotions, protection, and development. We are helping them in their Philippine Experience program run. As for the budget for 2023, the DBM approved budget of NPF is 79.8 million. We have been experiencing a low utilization rate.
Yes, I would like to recognize Senator
I
Legarda.
wanted to finish, Madam Chair, thank you. I wanted to finish all the agencies, but I was just asking the lawyers, and in my 25 years experience, I don't see how a foundation can be funded by government funds. We're not allowed to do that. and I see that it's a foundation. And I had the impression that there was no government allocation. But there's an allocation, 79 million. Is it from your income? No. But then, of course, the one fund concept, it should go back to Treasury because
Yes.
government agencies are not allowed to keep their funds. So it's a one fund concept. Immigration asks that, you know that, diba? Every department, they want to retain their funds. So I'm confused. I know na yung Filipino, I used to go there when I was young, but now
Yeah.
it's a foundation.
It has always been a foundation,
how
ma'am.
It's always been a foundation?
Yes, ma'am. A GOCC.
A GOCC.
Yeah.
But how can a foundation be funded by government funds?
Para I think, Sen. Lauren, medyo misleading kasi yung pangalan niya.
Yes.
Na it's a Nayang Filipino Foundation, pero technically it's a
It's a
GOCC.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
It's called a foundation, but it's a GOCC. But of course, we have GOCCs, and it's the GCG that's in charge of rationalizing the existence of GOCCs. And listening to them, very good plans and programs, I think they should be under the NCCA. It's just a comment. I leave it to the chair, but and I don't see na yung Filipino anymore the way I used to see it when I was a child. Anyway, please proceed. I'm just wondering why it's called the foundation, and then you're granted GAA funds of 79.
Corporate, parang corporate.
You said DBM. I heard. I mean, not GAA NEP. I heard the DBM.
Madam Senator, we don't receive any budget from GAA, but just for the sake
from NEP, from DBM. None?
from the no, we have our own income from the rentals of our property in
Why
Nayang
did I hear
Pilipinas.
TBM? Maybe I misheard. I heard that you said there's
I think-
79
Oh,
from
I
DBM.
think, Sen. Lauren, yung mga GOCCs ata, they also
They-
need approval
Yes.
from the DBM for their
For the
corporate
utility.
budget.
Thank you, Senator Bina. Yeah, exactly.
You're a GOCC even if you are called a foundation.
Yes po.
And there's no longer that big expanse of space, which was beautiful when I was young, but it's no longer there.
Yes, but we still have that property in front of Okada, Manila, the one in Parañaque City.
A property, but
Yes, and 5 hectares of that is being leased out to Mega World, to Resorts World. I'm sorry, Resorts World. So that is where we derive our income. And as the Senator Binay has said, every time we really have to submit an approved budget by DBM. So just to present this also.
Thank you. So it's utilization of your own funds.
Yes, correct
But
po.
perhaps, Madam Chair, how many GOCCs are there under DOT? Just one? Yes. Could they submit, please, the utilization of funds of the GOCCs? Tieza?
Nayon?
Tieza, I'm familiar with your work because there's impact and we see it. It's very, but Nayong Filipino, for the longest time, I don't see the impact, even with very good intentions. So I'd like to see, no matter how small, how many GOCCs? This, Tieza, what else?
Duty free.
Duty free.
Duty free.
Buhay pa palang duty free.
Oo naman, buhay pa.
Okay, yeah. Sige. Oh my gosh. Oo. Yeah.
Buhay pa.
Perhaps they should submit because their utilization of funds.
Oh,
Yes.
but
Thank you.
I think, Sen. Lauren, I don't know kasi bata pa ako noon. Nung nasara ata yung Nayang Pilipino near the airport, ang intention ata was to rebuild it in another location.
Yes.
And I think that is the existing
The one
property
in front
now.
of Okada.
The
Yeah.
one, yun yung
Yeah, the
vacant lot,
entertainment
diba?
city.
But for some reason, hindi nagtitake off at hindi nare-rebuild yung dating Nayang Pilipino.
For the information po of our honorable senator, the
Parang
ones in
naiya
front
tong na
of
yun.
yes, that land is not anymore in our possession by executive order. It was given to the Manila International Airport. So that's it. Okay. So yes. So can I continue with the budget? So yes, we have the DBM approved budget is 79.8 million, and we have a quite low utilization rate, and most of this is because of the payment of the real property tax, which amounts to 22 million annually, which were earmarked for the last quarter of the year. And of course, also our perennial problem of hiring plantilla employees. It's been very difficult for us to constitute our own HRMPSB. Okay, the next slide. For the proposed budget, we stayed with the last year's budget of 79.8 million, but we're praying if we could add 50 million more for the project feasibility study. If we be granted, we were thinking, because we were planning that just in case the national government is ready to fund us, we would be able, to present a carefully prepared feasibility study. So for personal expenses, that's just personal services, 29 million, MOOO, 97 million, because 50 million of that would be for our feasibility study of the park, and a capital outlay of almost more than 3 million, a total of 129 million. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to present PRA. Okay.
Lest we forget what we wanted to ask, do you still have a collection of antiquity and artifacts and textiles? You still do?
Yes,
Where
we
is it
do
stored,
have.
or where is it exhibited?
Right now, it's being stored in our office in Intramuros, but recently we have signed a MOA with the Tarlac LGU, where they will house all our artifacts, our material culture for from March to 3 years. So until we have the park, so it will be with
Chair, siguro maganda, baka
Tarlac
NCCA
LGU.
or
Yes.
attached agency from NCCA can also look at the collection
Yes.
and check on it kasi sila
Yes.
yung may parang core competence.
You're correct.
that's it.
I move, Madam Chair, that this GOCC will give to the chair, this committee, the inventory of all artifacts and textiles and collection, and see the process or the way it is being conserved. Do you have conservators? Do you have the competence? National Museum has a storage and art, and we have the whole National Museum. Why are we forcing it to stay in an office when there's a National Museum? And this is really a whole of government thing. Dapat walang turf, ha? With all due
Yeah,
respect
we
to
do.
everybody. Except that I'm shocked that we have so much beautiful collections and they're in a small agency that lies in an office. And National Museum, we fund them and they even acquire, right? Because they've been expanding. So my motion, and at the proper time, well, first they submit their inventory, and then it can be on loan. I know it's government and government, right? It's a GOCC. And we tell Jenny...
And maybe they can
to-
sign a MOA with National
Yes,
Museum
correct.
or...
In fact, I've been suggesting that from the time of Ana Labrador when she was curating the National Museum. I'm not certain what happened. Maybe it was another head. But for DG Barnes to deal with Miss Duran, Batucabe, yes, so that it can be on loan or give it or on loan, whichever is the best. And if there would be space in the National Museum or in the regional museums, yeah, with the permission, of course, because you're all under the DOT, so there could be a MOA. While we respect the MOA with Tarlac LG, of course, the governor's a good friend. It would be good to be in Region 3, but after whatever MOAs you sign, so that this possibility of it being under the National Museum, under the NCCA, can be looked into.
Madam Senator, if I may just manifest, the previous executive director has already reached out, and even during my time with Mr. Jeremy Barnes, and I'm not, why it was not, because there were many duplications, like the textiles and all. So, we were thinking during that time when we were, I was instructed by the previous executive director that if ever we have to donate our artifacts, we have to donate everything to to the museum, to the National Museum. But apparently, he was informed that she was informed that Mr. Barnes would want only to select a few pieces. And those are our prized collection. So we'd rather save all our collection and give it to one, to lend it to Tarlac than giving our prized possession to NCCA when they to the metropolitan to the National Museum when they have already what we have. The textiles now are mostly duplications. So
We will seek the better judgment from NM, just so that
okay,
it's clear,
yes,
because
yes, madam.
thank you for that information.
Okay.
But they have regional museums. Perhaps you can put up a regional museum in Region 3 in Tarlac. Why not? Right? Mm-mm. Kaya lang it's misplaced to be in yung
Actually,
Filipino.
which LGU in Tarlac yung that would be the
The
temporary
provincial, the provincial.
kay Gov. Susan.
Yes, with Governor Susan. Yep. They don't have yet. They don't yet have one, madam. That's why they're so interested to house our artifacts. So since they don't have any.
If I may interject, Madam Chair, I recently visited Tarlac and they have a facility there. I think nandun na yung mga historical facts about Tarlac is there. I think that's their intent, the intent to house the artifacts. I think that area. May bago silang parang museum, Madam St. Laurent.
Actually, early this year, madam, most of our artifacts are already there just for display than, being in our storage. So, yes po. Noted, madam.
Thank you. Next 2%, PRA.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to all the members of the Senate Committee on Finance, and to the DOT family headed by our Secretary, Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Okay, slides. Okay, for our 2023 budget, our total approved budget for 2023 is 468.33 million. And our actual utilization as of the first semester is 164.6 million, which is 35.15% of the approved budget. Most of our activities are scheduled this second semester, and we are projecting to utilize an additional 55%. Hence, more or less, there will be a total of 90% utilization for 2023 budget. As to our programs, activities, and projects for calendar year 2023, so we have one, our continuous enrollment of foreign retirees. Second, we have continuous accreditation and management of industry partners like the marketers, merchant partners, and retirement facilities. Third, we have the yearly reporting of retirees through their ID renewal and updating of personal information. Fourth, we have the participation in marketing and promotional activities, both local and international, in collaboration with DOT and TPB. As of September 29, 2023, the authority's Client Relations and Program Development Division participated in 47 promotional events, 9 international and local. Fifth, we have continuous learning and development through trainings and seminars. And as of September 29, the authority selected employees attended 86 training seminars through online and face-to-face platforms. 6, we have Quality Management System, ISO 9001-2015 RES certification because PRA is ISO certified. Okay. Seventh, we have Customer Satisfaction Measurement Survey. We had this since 2017, and our average satisfaction rate is 80%. Eighth, we have consultancy services for the assessment of SRRV's programs competitiveness. And ninth, we have automation of PRA processes. Okay. Yes. And for our 2024 budget, okay, So we have a total budget of 539.8 million. 20% thereof is for personnel services or an amount of 108.54 million. 75% thereof is for MOE for a amount of 404.396 million. And for the 5%, it's for the capital outlay, which is 26.877 million. Madam Chairperson, may I just mention that our budget is not included in the National Expenditure Program as we do not receive any budgetary support from the government since the early 1990s. And we actually remit annually dividend to the government. Okay. So this ends our presentation. Thank you very much po, Madam Chair.
Oh, I forgot na GOCC din pala. GOCC din pala sila,
Yes po.
Senator Lauren.
Opo, PRA po, GOCC.
Next, Keza. And then last na yung TPP.
Uh, Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Lauren. Good afternoon, Senator JV. For the part of CHESA, our mandate is we are the infrastructure development arm of the Department of Tourism. We develop, manage, and supervise tourism infrastructure project nationwide. And apart from acting as the infrastructure arm of the Department of Tourism, CHESA was given the additional mandate under RA 9593 to designate, regulate, and supervise tourism enterprise zones and provide fiscal incentives under CREATE law. Moreover, CHESA is designated as an investment promotion agency with the objective of encouraging investments that will result in generation of revenues and employment, especially in the tourism sector. The main source of funding of CHESA is the travel tax, as such as CHESA is a sole agency tasked to collect travel taxes. CHESA gets the 50% out of the 1620, and then CHED gets 40%, and then NCCA gets 10%. As I was advised, I will go directly to the budget. Good afternoon, Senator Robin. Also. Sources of fund for CHESA. For 2024, we projected around 3,665,525,000. And this is breakdown to our projection of 2,741,594,000 for our travel tax collection. And then from our operations, we're expecting around 181,727,000. And then our fees and other charges coming from the TEC is 357,000. Concession fee 68,686,000. Other sources of 135,801,000. For our national government subsidy, Madam Chair, it's zero. We will not be requesting, and thank you for the support for the 2022-2023 support for CHESA. For our travel tax collection, Madam Chair, we are expecting to collect around for 2024, we're expecting to collect around 5.4883 188 billion pesos. And for the share of CHESA, we will be collecting 2.7 2,741,594, and for the share of CHED, which is 40%, 2,193,274, and for the share of the NCCA is around 548,319,000. So our uses of fund for 2024, for our personal services, we have 573,520,000, and then our MOE 786,890,000, equipment outlay 85,803,000. For our infrastructure projects for 2024, we allocated 1.552,676 billion pesos. And then for our investment outlay, 33,700,000. Together with our debt services under JICA loan, which is 32,937,000, a total of 3,065,526,000 pesos. For our financial performance for 2023, right now we're already at 65.30% on our utilization rate, Madam Chair. So That's it po. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you. Last to present, TPB.
Maayong hapon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Nancy, Senator Lauren, Senator JV, and Senator Robin. I'm Marga Nograles, the Chief Operating Officer of the Philippine Tourism Promotions Board. Under RA 9593, the TPB is mandated to promote the Philippines as a premier leisure, MICE, and investment destination. So we at the TPB handled domestic promotions as well as international promotions in key markets. These markets are defined as source markets that have reached the threshold of at least 100,000 arrivals per year. To date, we have 13 markets as presented on the screen that is under the Tourism Promotions Board. We also take care of overall promotions for MICE, meetings, incentive travel conventions, and exhibitions. This year, the TPB was given 1.2 billion for its total budget. 69% of this was spent on our marketing and promotions program, broken down into our domestic promotions, MICE, international promotions, and marketing communications efforts. As of the end of September, we are at a 56.06 utilization rate, which is a big improvement from the same period last year when we were only at 28%. So because of this, we are confident that we will fully utilize our budget by the year end, and most of our bigger events are slated towards the end of the year. So with the current budget given to us, we are only allowed to do our keep our presence and maintain our relationships with key strategic partners via our institutional programs only. The current allocation does not provide us any room for expansion of our presence or for development of new tactical campaigns or to further enhance our presence around the world. Overall, we have mounted, participated in, and supported 198 events, programs, and tours throughout the year. We will not go through that one by one, but I would like to share some highlights. First is the Arabian Travel Mart. To mount this event in Dubai, we had to spend a little over 16 million pesos. We brought 16 private sector participants who reported over 1 billion in sales leads for this event with just a small booth. So there's much room for improvement and enhancement in events like this. Next is our Philippine motorcycle tourism. As part of our domestic promotion campaigns, we continue to strengthen and support our Philippine motorcycle tourism program, where we support thousands of motorcycle riders who not only serve as direct domestic tourism clientele, but they also advocate and partner with us in promoting the newly developed motorcycle circuits across the country. Next, one of the key tools we are able to bring is the upgraded Travel Philippines app, which will launch already on October 26. With the previous app, that was a medium to disseminate the latest travel protocols. The updated app will showcase comprehensive information about all our regions, an itinerary builder, and a travel manager, and a marketplace for promos and discounts for all our stakeholders. The content and development is in collaboration with the support of the Department of Tourism and its regional offices and our partners in the private sector. We have 3 major significant signature events of the TPB. I would like to share one, which is the Philippine Travel Exchange, which is the largest government-led international trade show in the country. This year, we held it in Cebu, and we had record-breaking sales leads amounting to over 303 million pesos with buyers from all over 18 countries. The 2022 edition of this show was recently recognized as the National Tourism Initiative of the Year by GovMedia Awards, a premier tourism award show which recognizes key tourism initiatives in Asia. Recently, we were in Bangkok for the ITCMA Incentive Travel and Conventions Meetings Asia. During this event, TTG Asia, which is the leading travel trade publication in the Asia Pacific, held the annual TTG Awards, where the Tourism Promotions Board bagged the Best National Tourism Organization Award, a testament to the hard work of everyone involved in our agency. Over and above these awards, we have numerous other awards that recognize the Philippines as a key tourism and dive destination, which is a result of our close collaboration with all our partners. So with that, I think I am out of time, but we were looking to strengthen our MICE industry next year because we are told that arrivals into the Philippines of MICE have 3 times more spend than the average tourist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So the floor is now open for questions. I would like to call on Senator Ligarda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's so much to ask, but then there's no time. But I'd like to ask first our good secretary. In your presentation earlier, you mentioned about training our tourism workers. And I understand that this is not the first time that you're utilizing such fund. It's a decades-long training program. Could you brief us more about it? And I learned that that portion of your budget was cut.
Yes.
So what will happen to your dream of training our tourism workers? And this is not just Metro Manila, right? There are
Yes.
existing tourism workers in various areas of specialization all over the country who will no longer be trained.
Yes.
What is the adverse impact, if any, of the non-inclusion of the budget? I saw there's 91,000. Is that your target, or that's the provision for this year's NEP? Yes, could you explain? And how important is training our tourism workers to respect the tourists, whether domestic or foreign, to appreciate and to have a know-how on how to make the tourists understand our culture? Yes, Secretary.
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Lagarda. With the indulgence of the chair, the human capital development programs of the Department of Tourism, under which our training programs are lodged, are one of the most important programs of the DOT, especially that our tourists' interface with the Filipino tourism worker is ultimately what will define their experience in the Philippines and will urge them to stay longer, to spend more, and to come back again and again. Undeniably, the best asset of Philippine tourism are our Filipino tourism workers. This is why, under the Office of the Industry Manpower Development, in collaboration with our regional directors and tourism offices, have designed training programs that address core foundational trainings pertaining to the Filipino brand of service excellence that perpetuates the 7 values of Filipino hospitality: our reverence for God, our care for the community, our sense of humanity, our love and joy in service of others, our care for the environment, and the like. This program was founded 10 years ago under former Secretary Mon Jimenez. Yes, indeed. And
A tourism training program under Sec Jimenez.
yes,
And even the 7 elements, what do you call it? The 7
the 7
training
values
programs, or 7
of
Filipino values,
yes,
was during his
hospitality.
time.
Yes,
That
they
means it was well
consolidated.
studied because he forgot. Anyway. So it was carried through.
Yes, they
all the-
consolidated the input of experts across the services, accommodation, and the academe of tourism in order to come up with this particular module. Prior to the Marcos administration, there were around 13,000 trained in 10 years. And since we found great potential in the capitalization of this program in order to strategically position the Philippines as a center for hospitality excellence in Asia, which would serve two things. First, elevate the quality of tourism services in the country, and second, open up more employment opportunities for fellow Filipinos. This year, we set the goal of 100,000 Filipino tourism workers.
Only 13,000 in 10 years.
Yes.
And then your target is 100,000 in 1 year.
Yes.
Baka that's why you were cut because, so it's 1,000,
Madam,
13,000 in 10
Or-
years, so only 1,300 per year.
Pero Sen. Loren, baka meron din redundancy in another agency because I think, di ba, meron din silang mga...
There must be a reason.
Yeah.
And these are the same questions I asked this morning in DTI when there were very good programs, and I asked Pascual, why are you zero? There must be a reason why DBM would put zero funding. Maybe there's redundancy, maybe there was low utilization. That's why I'm wondering.
if I may, Senator, of the 100,000 goal, we have already managed to train over 91,000 Filipino tourism workers this year across all the regions of the country. In 2023, the trainings were allocated 114 million. But for 2024, it looks to have a budget of only 91.3 million.
And you have used the 114 million?
What's the percentage of utilization? Yes, we're about to finish the 114 million, Chairperson.
Oh.
And in addition to the flagship, or rather the Filipino brand of service excellence, the trainings also include gateway trainings, especially for our frontline tourism workers, barrier-free tourism training to handle persons with disabilities and special needs, advocacy programs that further the interests and protection of women and children in tourism, language trainings, tour guiding, skills trainings, training for MICE professionals, culinaria training, training for small and medium enterprises and community-based tourism organizations, trainings for tourism operators, and so on and so forth, and even including...
Also trained for emergency response, first aid, or disaster response. Biglang, wag naman, biglang may magka-landslides, ganon, or biglang may waves.
Yes, we
What was that?
confirm...
You saw it in social media.
Yes.
They were in a beachside area, not here. Tapos biglang ang laki ng waves. I'm sure you saw
We
it.
confirm,
Yeah.
Senator, that
So, meron ganun,
emergency
training.
preparedness is part of their training, and how we have
DRR.
tried to capacitate our regional offices also is that we have now come up with a disaster risk reduction manual for preparedness of our regional offices in case of disasters that affect our tourism stakeholders.
Secretary, yung mga tinitrain nyo, do they go through a testing to confirm and validate kung talagang na-absorb nila yung training nyo? Do they undergo?
Yes, there is an assessment mechanism.
Okay,
to-
and then anong passing rate nyo?
What's the passing rate?
And who conducts the exam? Kasi di ba sa TESDA may ganun meron silang module wherein they train. For example, si Senator Joel Villanueva, isa siyang barista. So he had to go through certain levels of exam para kumbaga ma-accredit siya as a barista.
Yes. The passing rate is around 99%, and there is a designated pool of evaluators that assess both the
From-
absorptive capacity and as well as the performance
So
from
yung
the
taga-
industry. From the industry.
From the industry. So
Yes.
meron kayong parang partnership with, and may coordination kayo with TESDA to be part of the...
We have an existing memorandum of agreement with
With
TESDA,
TESDA.
and we also have partnerships with the academe as well as the various organizations in the tourism sector.
But this training is your own in-house training, or are they absorbed by TESDA accredited training centers?
Yes, it is an internal and in-house
It's
training.
DOT.
Yes,
From
we are in.
experts in the field, and the experts are also mentored by experts. Is that correct? Is
Correct.
my understanding
Not
correct?
only do
Yeah.
we train Filipino workers in the
Trainers
tourism
train.
value chain,
The
we also
trainers.
have a trainers training
Can you give us an example of a field where there's a trainer's training? Just any field that you can think of. At sino, give us a name of a trainer. Siguro, maalala namin kasi, training a trainer. And what field? Let's say in Boracay, yan, in Region 6. What kind of tourism workers are being trained? Give us an example of the field or who's the trainer.
Yes. Senator, initially, the coverage of the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence Training Program was the Filipino frontline tourism worker. So, essentially, those in the accommodation and services sector, the transport sector, and the like. But considering the wide popularity of the program and the results which the private sector saw in terms of increasing the quality of their own offerings at the front lines, the training has now expanded even to the peripheral services of tourism. A core example, actually, was that was it around 500 volunteers of the FIBA World Basketball, 700 rather, volunteers of the FIBA World Cup basketball event that was held in the Philippines were trained under the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence. In the National Capital Region, we have master trainers that have perpetuated this program over the course of the past decade, namely Ma'am Miriam Palabreca and Ma'am Annabel Moreno, and they're both involved in the private tourism industry. And the other trainers involve hotel managers, tourism and hospitality, teachers, members of the academe, and other such skills
Yes.
Sen.
professionals.
Just for clarification and confirmation from the Secretary. In fact, in your Tier 1 request for this program, you only requested 121 million. So, ang nabawas lang is only 1 million. Tier 1 request nila was 121 million. In a way, it was granted kasi yun lang naman yung hiningi nila.
If I may, Madam Chair, under the 2023 GAA, the total budget specifically for tourism industry training was 152 million.
But
And
your
in the
request,
2024
but your request for next year, you only requested 121 million, and then you were given 120 million.
those are actually the forward estimates provided to us by the DBM.
No,
But
hindi,
our
pero
request,
di ba, you meron kayong submission sa DBM, di ba,
Yes.
where you submit Tier 1, Tier 2. Yung sa Tier 1 nyo, please confirm if you asked for 121 million.
that's not what we asked for in the tier 1.
Question if the chair is, were you granted what you requested for so that you may continue the training of service workers?
Kasi, Madam Chair, kung minimal din naman pala yung was not requested, di ba? Kasi ang dami ring nanghihingi sa atin, so as much as possible, yeah.
Was your request granted? Will you be able to continue the program for training industry workers?
Yes. For the record, Madam Chair, under Tier 1, the tourism industry training was proposed to have been at 121 million, and under Tier 2, 128 million, for a total of 249 million.
Kasi di ba when you do a budget call, usually your Tier 1 is what is usually, actually minsan nga hindi nag-grant pa yung Tier 1 eh. But in a way, with this program, napagbigyan naman kayo ng DBM.
Can you clarify? I yield the floor to Undersecretary Shireen Pamintuan.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Tier 1, actually, Madam, was based on the forward estimates that were provided to us by the DBM, and that is why we also asked and requested under the Tier 2 if we could augment the program on training for an additional 128 million, Madam Chair. The 100...
Yung perception was parang ang laki nung nabawas. When, in fact, you didn't request that much. Di sana, when you wrote your Tier 1, Di ba parang ganun yung strategy ng mga
But
ahensya? Kumbaga, sobrang taas na ng tier 1 kasi given na yan na talagang ikakat ng DBM.
Pa hiningi nyo sa DBM? 121 o 200 plus? Anong hiningi
For
nyo?
tier 1 ha, for tier 1.
Yes. Madam Chair, initially, what we proposed really when there was a budget call with the DBM was actually 15.3B, with the 8B representing TRIP. So we were
No,
asking for a
hindi, we're
7.3.
just talking about the
The tier
100,
one.
the
Yes.
100.
But the 121, ma'am, there was a 20% decrease, and that 121 also includes the PS.
Yeah, but
and RDIP.
you, di ba, parang you already mentioned that you just requested for 121.
But ma'am,
Sa
we're-
tier 1 ha?
Sa tier
so I
one.
guess baka moving forward, baka for 2025, taasan nyo na kasi ganun talaga si DBM
Yes.
eh. Ang
Ma'am,
tendency nila is to cut. So parang tier 1 pa lang, kumbaga aim high already.
Ma'am, just to clarify, when we are asked to submit online through the system of the DBM, the tier 1 is really fixed based on the budget ceilings provided to us by the DBM, and that is why we have to lodge our request in tier 2 for a higher budget. Yes, the tier 1 is based on the ceilings.
How many are you able to train under that granted tier 1 budget?
We are looking to exceed the 100,000 mark by October. Therefore, with the Tier 1 budget for 2023, we are able to have an overcapacity of training. But with a slashed budget or a lesser budget, then we would not be able to go beyond the 100,000 mark for 2024.
Pero actually for this year, di ba ang target nyo lang is only 18,000? Yan, di ba? For LGUs, 3,963. For industry personnel, 15,727.
For the Filipino brand of service excellence, our target is 100,000.
Yeah, parang
Madam
under
Chair.
the tourism industry training program.
Oh, that is a different program from the Filipino brand of service excellence, Madam Chair.
No, but the budget is from this program.
Can I have the TISP?
Under what budget yung Filipino brand service?
Yes. Under the tourism industry skills program.
So on top of the tourism industry training program pa yon. And what's the difference?
Can I have the projections for the numbers?
Parang for this year, you have 160,957,000 for the tourism industry training program. So do you have another item for the ano yun? Filipino brand of service?
Yes.
Kasi yung 2023 natin, although OIM din.
Madam Chair, to provide some more clarity on the training programs and the projections and goals for this, I'd like to yield to Assistant Secretary Rica Bueno.
Okay, please. Na lang, let's just do the numbers.
Yes. Madam Chair, Honorable Senator, the budget for tourism industry skills training in 2023 amounted to 116 million, 116.9 million. But
Under what item siya?
this is actually the budget of the Office of Industry Manpower Development that handles the tourism industry skills program po. But the regional offices din kasi, but the tourism industry skills program.
Question.
Yes.
So dun sa budget niya kasi may 4 items, yung tourism policy formation and planning program.
Yes.
Tapos you have the tourism industry training program, and then you have the standards development and enforcement program, and then market and product development program.
The tourism industry skills program po would fall under the second item, the tourism industry training program, which also covers yung the other trainings po of the other offices.
Hindi, kaya nga, so that is the 160 million.
It would be
Current-
over. It would be
current.
over po the 116 million. But
Hindi, so talaga, hindi, kasi yung brand of service is still part of the
yes,
of
the
that.
second.
Kasi parang kanina sinabi nyo na it's not part, it's on another
It's still part
budget.
of the number 2 po,
Yeah,
tourism
so,
industry
so babalik
training.
tayo na technically what you asked for was given to you, the 121. Hindi sila nabawasan. And I mean, you have to commend the DOT also kasi way above the target yung na-reach nila considering yun yung given budget. Parang ang target nila was only 15,000, na-reach nila is more than 20. So siguro baka naisip ng DBM, baka with a smaller amount, mari-reach nyo pa rin yung target nyo. Kasi nga, with that budget, you've exceeded the target na parang 15 lang, 20 plus yung na-achieve nyo.
It might be
Di ba tama
challenging.
naman na you've way exceeded your target when it comes to training?
For this year po, like the secretary mentioned, because we have given the target of 100,000 tourism workers to be trained under the Filipino brand of service excellence, that would be achieved po. But next
yung
year,
100,000 ba, nakaspread to the 6 years? Hindi siya 1 year, 100,000?
1 year lang po. 1 year lang,
1
which
year.
we started January. So, and this, of course, because of yung in-demand nature no Filipino brand of service excellence, we are really expecting requests even outside of the tourism industry. So,
I just go back to my question to Secretary. Yes. You're able to utilize a 10-year-old but useful program of the DOT to train tourism workers. This year, you're able to train 91,000 already, yes, to date. And you will exceed the 100,000 target. In next year's proposal under the NEP, how many will you be able to train considering the budget that was approved in the NEP? Will you be able to meet the 100,000 target? Or if it's not sufficient, let us know. So let's see how we can help. But if you requested for the 121 million and it was granted, will that be sufficient to train over 100,000 workers in different regions of the country? Ganun lang yung question. Just very general, is the budget given you sufficient to train everyone you want to train given your targets?
No. It is not, Madam Chair. And the goal of the Department of Tourism is not to contract, but rather to expand, considering the value that we see in this program. So we're hopeful that the baseline for the number of trained personnel next year would no longer be the 13,000 prior to the Marcos administration, but the 100,000 done this year. So we hope to be able to train more than 100,000 this year, but with the budget that we are provided, we are looking to either just do the baseline and not be able to exceed the same. Is that right?
121 million can train how many? Just an estimate.
Yes. Thus far, well, we have seen that it can train 100,000, but what we're looking at is no longer will we limit ourselves to just 100,000. next year, but to expand further the training program, considering that there are 5.35 million Filipinos employed in the tourism industry.
State your ask so that the chair can study it, because we're allowed as chair of various committees to augment, to delete or augment and enhance the budget. Yeah, so that it's clear. And all these questions are meant to assist, because you're correct. We want to increase our tourism arrivals. We have to train the Filipino people, I mean the workers, and generate more jobs in tourism, and to improve also the knowledge, expertise of our trainers and our experts. So we want to do that. So perhaps the DOT can present in writing, just send to the committee, because the numbers cannot explain the kind of programs that you have. So the 100,000, in my understanding, you can only meet the target of 100,000 if the present budget for the NEP is not increased, right? And then you want to do more, perhaps double, which your absorptive capacity, you can do that. And so there's a request for a higher budget, which is lodged under Tier 2, right? That's what you mean. It's under Tier 2.
128.
Okay. Okay,
Yes,
that's
indeed,
clear.
Senator, which is why we were only able to propose within the budgetary ceiling that was given
Because
to
of the
us,
ceiling they gave you.
and we addressed
Yeah.
this perceived lack in the Tier 2, which unfortunately was not
Yeah.
carried in its entirety.
Okay. How else, Secretary, are we able to rev up the tourism industry to promote more sites? We know it's not just the DOT, it's really a whole of government approach. The safety of our tourists, the safety of Filipinos in our own homes, in our own tourist spots, the cleanliness of rest areas, and good that you're doing rest areas, the way the Filipinos treat each other and treat foreigners. Ang dami, no? How else can you envision, at least for this term of the present administration, for the next 5 years?
Yes.
That's already contained in your PDP. Are you also working with other agencies of government, including the DNR, for example? I know you have a regional director who used to work with the Biodiversity Management Bureau, at least in our region, in Region 6, so that you can have a partnership for the protected areas, for those in ecotourism, or there's another law that established farm schools, so maybe agritourism tours as well. Do you also have collaboration with the NCCA so that cultural sites, heritage sites, which you're doing, no, in your caravan? Yeah, just so that we have an idea of what your plans are for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Senator. And with the indulgence of the chair, the approach of the Marcos administration is developmental and transformative. And therefore, it necessitated a long, hard look at the institutional pillars of tourism development, which places the Philippines 75th in the world in terms of infrastructure and very low in terms of the other essential pillars of tourism. And so at the start of the administration, we made the effort first of doing a due diligence on the institutional pillars of the tourism industry in the country. Second, studying the national tourism development plans of our direct competitors to try to understand what is the competitive edge that the Philippines can have in comparison with the advantages that our neighbors enjoy. And third, especially post-pandemic, it has necessitated innovation in tourism development to correspond to global trends, which are supported by data according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The biggest challenge that Philippine tourism faces fall within the spheres of infrastructure and connectivity. So on the aspect of infrastructure, we continued our partnership with the Department of Public Works and Highways. And this has resulted in the cementing of around 158 kilometers of tourism road infrastructure projects for 2023. Yes, indeed. As well as forthcoming budget, not only for continuing tourism roads, but also for new tourism roads to emerging destinations in the amount of at least 5 billion pesos for 2024. Second, we recognized the necessity of enhancing the overall tourist experience, as this is backed by both domestic and international data as far as the demand of tourists for clean and decent restrooms, rest area, and the like. So we put up the 10 tourist rest areas across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and we are breaking ground on 15 more tourist rest areas for a total of at least 25 by the end of 2024. In addition to this, since the Philippines has the unique challenge of being only accessible by air, mostly, if unless you take a cruise, connectivity remains a massive challenge vis-a-vis our neighbors in the ASEAN who are landlocked with their neighbors. And therefore, we have signed a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Transportation on several aspects. First, on the aspect of the enhancement of the tourist experience in our gateways. And so our training programs have also extended towards the frontline tourism workers in our gateways for the purpose of improving services thereat. We have also partnered with the TIEZA for purposes of physically improving our gateways, and the benchmark of this has become NAIA Terminal 2, which now has Filipino-made furniture, interiors, and the like as a result of our partnership. We also have a routes development team in the Department of Tourism that is focused on negotiating with both the DOTR as well as our partners in the domestic and international sphere in aviation to mount pre-pandemic flights that were halted, as well as to add more flights from international destinations, whether they be commercial or chartered, as well as add more flights within our domestic destinations. Notably, the efforts have resulted in flights being mounted to Cebu to Bangkok, for example. And we are also very pleased to know that there is now a flight from Cebu to Baguio, and flights have opened up as well from international carriers under Philippine Airlines. Yes. Yes. Recently, Qatar also announced additional flights, including to Mindanao, if I'm not mistaken. And we continue to negotiate with international airlines as far as the implementation of air services agreements to open up more routes to the country. In addition to this, Madam Chair, we recognize that connectivity is an absolute necessity in terms of digitalization. So we've partnered with the ICT to improve internet connectivity in 94 tourism destinations in the country. Yesterday, we managed to launch the very first tourist assistance call center. While before, if you're a tourist in the Philippines and you encounter a problem or an issue, you don't know what number to call or where to go. Now you can call 151 Tour, 151 Tour, TOUR. For SMART and PLDT. And yes. Yes. So that's for SMART and PLDT numbers. And yeah, for SMART and PLDT. And then for Globe, there's a different number that you can call. We're still negotiating with Globe, Madam Chair, so that they can call the landline also.
He's supposed to tell us.
Yes. Actually, Madam Chair, the Tourist Assistance Call Center is not only designed to handle customer complaints, but also tourism information about our destinations, accreditation of tourism establishments, information about travel agencies, tour operators, and tour guides, as well as access to information on law enforcement and emergencies.
Meron? Smart ka ba? Ito number na tawagan mo.
I think all the information that the call center can communicate on the phone can also be available, easily navigable in your website, whatever platform you have, I'm sure.
Yes, although this is the first time that a consolidated effort has been made to have a call center handle customer complaints and concerns as far as tourism is concerned. Um, and while they're trying to, yes.
Yes po, salita po kayo ulit. Hindi
Yes, ma'am. This is Kaiden po, mabuhay. Good afternoon po.
Yan. Yes, then.
Mabuhay din.
Teka,
Yes po, yes.
saan po maganda pumunta sa Pilipinas?
Complain nga eh.
Ako,
We're from Pampanga po.
sa Pampanga.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano, pakilakasan po, marami ditong mga maingay eh. Hindi ko kayo marinig.
Yes, so we're from Pampanga po.
Pampanga, saan po sa Pampanga? Nasa Maynila po ako eh. Saan po sa Pampanga maganda pumunta?
Sa Pampanga, ma'am, there's a lot of beautiful destinations that you can through our website po, benta.tourism.com, and we can recommend po about it. So, pupuntahan niyo po sa Pampanga.
Tingnan mo daw yung website.
Po, ma'am.
Kaya ka tinatawagan kita eh. Di bale, hindi po ako marunong maghanap sa website, kaya tumatawag na lang ako sa inyo. Oh, ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po?
Yes po, ma'am. Meron naman po kaming marirecommend ng mga beautiful destination here in Pampanga po. So, check ko lang po dito sa resources namin yung mga credit dito na niyo pupunta.
Ano po?
I-check daw po niya.
Check niya.
Okay.
Yes, check ko lang po
Pag
yung mga resources
emergency,
namin.
saan ako?
ma'am.
Pag may emergency, anong ospital ang pinakamalapit sa Maynila na pwedeng puntahan?
From the nearest po na hospital from Manila, ma'am.
Sa Maynila.
Malapit sa Senate.
Let me check first po naman dito. Para mas accurate po yung mabigay
Metro
namin
Manila
na nearest to the Manila.
Bakit? Nasa
May
Pampanga
minuto po
pa ang
kung
call
ano po.
center mo, kaya sinasabi mong dito.
Hello po, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hindi naman.
Hello po.
Hindi na. Okay na. Thank
Okay
you.
na, okay na.
Pasado ka na. Ay, hindi pa.
Nabigyan ko po ng sisig, ma'am. Kaya, nabigyan ko po ng
Bigyan ng
sisig.
balot kanina.
Tsaka balot. Kaya Pampanga po.
So his answer was, tingnan yung website. Kaya siguro maganda, lahat ng impormasyon nasa website, no? Pero dapat easily navigable yung website.
Yes, the call centers are also directly linked to our regional offices, which would also then connect with our local government units for necessary information. To continue, Madam Chair,
Question lang, with the permission of Senator Legarda. So, kunyari yung complainant is complaining about, let's say, a restaurant or a hotel, ano yung next step after? May power ba yung DOT to, punish or to fine or may ganong sistema? Kasi it's not just about complaining, di ba? Dapat may action after receiving a complaint. Or kunyari may taxi driver.
yes. Madam Chair, there is a mechanism that is put in place to ensure that complaints are handled in the most professional way possible within the confines of the law. And therefore, a ticket is issued for each call, and a formal reference is made to the government agency that is able to handle such a complaint. So, in the case of your question, it
So
is
for
referred
example,
to.
hotel, which is under you.
Yes, under the Department of Tourism, the mechanism for the resolution of conflicts and complaints is then put in place, and we check whether or not it is an accredited organization. And if it is indeed accredited, then the matter is investigated and there may be consequences for a violation of the conditions of their accreditation. If it is not accredited, the matter is still investigated by the DOT and referred especially to the local government unit for appropriate action. So the agents under the Tourist Assistance Call Center have been trained for the last 3 months to be able to handle the various components of the possible concerns that may be raised to them. We're also looking to expand the Tourist Assistance Call Center next year with more agents as well as with foreign language trained agents for our foreign tourists. To continue, Madam Chair, we also found on the basis of global data that the preference post-pandemic especially has been for experiential cultural travel. And therefore, we have made the effort to ensure that we highlight the Philippines' best assets that lies in our history, our heritage, our culture, the Filipino identity, and the diversity of the same across our regions, which is why we launched the Philippine Experience Heritage, Culture, and Arts Caravan. This is a flagship program of the Marcos administration that was first rolled out in Mindanao, specifically in the Davao region, that gave opportunities for our guests to get to know the Mindanaoan culture as well as their indigenous peoples, the products of their local makers, and the lesser known destinations in the provinces of Davao. The effort as well is to expand tourism in Mindanao, which is why, apart from our partnership with the Department of National Defense and the DILG in terms of peace and security, we also invited members of embassies with existing travel advisories against the Philippines.
What was the Region 11 caravan? Where did it go to? And how many days?
Yes, it lasted for 3 days, Madam Senator, and we went through the various provinces of Davao. Yes, we went to the city of Tagum, we went to Samal Island, as well as to the Lubi Plantation, the Malagos Chocolate Farm, the Eagle Sanctuary, to include as well the banana plantation, as well as Davao City, and what else? Yeah, and we immersed our tourists, especially our foreign dignitaries, in the culture of Mindanao and let them get to know the local indigenous communities.
Were your guests curated? Meaning the DOT invited them. Were the ambassadors or staff of foreign embassies, local media, foreign media? How was it like?
Yes.
So it's like a test case, or you brought them so that they would write about it or talk about it in the respective countries, or did you bring local operators?
Yes.
Or was it a mix of all that?
It was a mix of dignitaries of embassies with existing travel advisories against the Philippines,
Actually,
as well
ilang
as
countries ba ngayon yung may travel advisories?
how many in total? Yes, in total. Yes. Okay. Per our data, Madam Chair, most of them are actually European countries, although there are still countries in Asia that have travel advisories in the Philippines, including Japan. And most recently, in the Philippine experience that we mounted in Calabarzon couple of days ago, and which ended yesterday, the Consul General Minister of Japan also joined us. So
Question, yung
the
travel, but most of the travel advisories, Mindanao lang naman ata yung coverage, di ba? Hindi kasama yung Luzon, and I would assume Visayas.
most of the travel advisories do affect Mindanao, but the singular purpose is not focused only on the lifting of the travel advisories, although we hope that it serves such a purpose, but also to continue our goodwill relationships with
But I think
these
it's very
countries.
crucial na malift yung travel advisory. I'll just siguro cite an example, Sen. Lauren. For example, dun sa diving, we could accept more sa Tubataha. But apparently, since Tubataha is, may part doon na Sulusi yung nakalagay, even if it's not part of Mindanao. Kaso lang kasi may Sulusi doon. So, nandun siya sa red zone. So, if you're a diver, hindi ka makakakuha ng insurance. So, parang travel at your own risk.
Kasi sulu.
Dahil may Sulusi ngayon. So, I think very critical, maybe in coordination with DFA, na talagang for us to work, even kami sa Senate, na when we do our parliamentary visit, di ba, we should also make an effort na to explain to them na hindi naman, hindi ganon in certain areas in Mindanao.
We're in complete agreement with you, Madam Chair, and we appreciate your efforts towards this end, and we fully support.
Siguro can you just inform
The same.
the committee kung ano yung mga countries na may travel advisory at the moment, and what level yung advisory nila, para on our end, we can also do our part.
And since I chair the DFA budget, I could also help you, and you can go straight secretary to secretary, but we could also, so give us a memo on these are the countries still with advisories, and what are the problems, and what are the misconceptions, and what's the way forward. Then we can ask the embassies abroad or consulates to really explain, no, it's not that way, or
And more than that,
o
siguro,
Sulusi, it's not
siguro
where
nga,
Sulu
Sen.
is,
Lauren,
but
to add,
Sulu is
even our president, di ba? President Marcos, pag when he travels and when he meets other
Yeah, all of
heads
us.
of state, di ba? He can also, baka pwede niya ibulong na, ano, may,
and even
Diba?
your online promotions. I did not see this Philippine Experience caravans online, or maybe I'm just not online. I'd like to see it better. Maybe you can share with us, not now, your 3-day experience in Region 11. That's your region, right? And then Calabarzon. I would like to see, like Calabarzon, where did you go?
Our Calabarzon Philippine
Last ko na.
Our Calabarzon Philippine experience, Senator, began in the ancestral home of our very first Philippine president, General Emilio Aguinaldo, where our guests got to know the beginnings of the revolution as well as the independence of the Philippines. This then proceeded to the musical culture of Bacoor City in Cavite, with us having witnessed the Bacood Festival, marching bands of Cavite. Subsequent to that, we visited the heritage town of Taal, which gave us the opportunity to visit the biggest Roman Catholic church in Asia, as well as various ancestral homes that have stood the test of time and attest to the Filipino faith and culture. We also witnessed balisong baking, as well as the Taal, the Bordang Taal embroidery and the like, as well as Barong Tagalog and the same. Subsequent to that, we were treated to the gastronomic delights and the dances of the province of Batangas, which we fully appreciate also for its assets, especially in diving. we were in subsequent to that, Senator, the next day took us to get to know the journey of coconut in the Philippines, in San Pablo, Laguna. And after that, we then visited Villa Escudero, where our guests were treated to the genteel plantation living as well as lunch by the waterfall. After that, the evening culminated in the Lucena City in the province of Quezon, where we got to be introduced to the culture of Tagay, the very delicious lambanog of Quezon, as well as the talents of their local designers that have interpreted Niog through their New Gun Festival. In addition, and the very next day, our guests proceeded to Pagsanhan Falls, which we hope to be able to reawaken as one of the natural gems of the country.
Invite the senators in the next experience.
We would very much love for you to join us, Senator. Yes, we're still in our launching stages, Madam Senator, but we are very happy to extend an invitation, especially that the Philippine experience will also cover the following areas in the months to come: Bicol, Ilocos, Western Visayas, Central Luzon for 2023.
Allow us to give our inputs in your
Yes, absolutely.
because we are very well traveled around the country. Senator JV with his motorcyclo, Senator Nancy and I, we just like going around to the little nooks and crannies, and we know heritage places which are not commonly known, and culture, heritage, and all of that. So we may be able to just give some suggestions. I would be happy to work with your Region 6 director, yes, for the Region 6, but even the other areas, because maybe because of age, because I've been here long enough on this planet to be able in this country to, and I used to go around when I was in my earlier years, yeah, TV, in my TV years. I'm sure Senator Robin would be happy to see and join the Bicol experience. I would be happy to join the Western Visayas experience, and all, just inform the senators, and we'll hop in if ever we're available. Yeah, don't worry, it won't be 24 of us all at one time. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Senator. We would greatly appreciate your
And we will
insight
help
and your
promote it.
presence.
Imagine, these senators have millions in their Facebook page. Senator Tulfo has 26 million on his YouTube channel. If you invite him, you immediately have millions. Senator Padilla has ilang milyon ka rin, di ba? Right? Sumama ka.
Cebu.
Wala pang
Suroy-suroy.
Cebu, Davao pa lang eh. Davao pa lang. Maybe that's another.
Senator Padilla was able to join the Suroy-suroy Sugbo, the
Yes.
flagship program of the Cebu provincial government, from which the Philippine experience has been benchmarked, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
I really enjoyed the Suroy-suroy long ago, maybe 10 years ago, with Governor Gwen Garcia. And this is really the concept of Suroy-suroy, right? But
Yes.
it's called the Philippine experience.
Correct.
I really enjoyed it, and I would like to do the Suroy-suroy again in Sugbo. But the Suroy-suroy can be done in every province actually. We can replicate the Suroy-suroy replicated Philippine experience, but we can do local again. Every LGU can do it. Every province, every
Yes.
town, every city.
Yes.
Kasi, you can do it in Makati, my dear. Diba? Yeah. 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 Sa, yung mga historical sites din sa San Juan, sa amin din sa Malabon. Anyway, marami. So, it's a good concept. We just need to know the areas. We may suggest areas you may not know, or the food. The food in Cavite, it's so interesting, culinary heritage. There's someone from DOT who guided me 8 years ago for a culinary tour of Cavite. Sino kaya yun? meron kayong magaling, siyang nag-host sa akin, siya nag-curate ng aking visits in Cavite. Saan kaya siya? Retired na kaya yon?
Ryan Sebastian, I'm told. Senator. He's still with us. He's still with us, yes.
I don't remember people based on their size. So I'm sorry, I will not say. No, I don't like to judge people kung, di ba, mataba o hindi. Hindi ganon. I just remember he was an expert in culinary heritage and I tasted the sinaunang mga recipes sa Cavite. Anyway, I've taken up too much of my time, Madam Chair. I'm so sorry. I yield to Senator JV and the Chair. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Sen. Lauren. Please proceed, Senator Ejercito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyway, there's a tough task ahead, no? But as you mentioned, Secretary, um, tourism is a low-hanging fruit. I think it will really help stimulate economic growth, but there's still a lot of challenges. And I think you are doing well in promoting the country, the tourism sites, but probably that's half of it. The other half is convenience, the connectivity, seamless, and it's a whole of government approach. It's not only DOT. That's why I'm during the DOTR hearing last week, Madam Chair. I asked also the DOTR what their plans are to improve the airports. No, for one, NAIA is really over capacity, over its capacity. I'm hoping that they would make use of Clark. It's a very beautiful terminal, just like Cebu, but we need to improve the connectivity around. Dapat yung seamless eh. But so that will be another matter. But aside from infrastructure, Madam Secretary, do you agree that airports and ports need to be has a lot of improvement to be done, no? So that I think for tourism to really thrive, you have to make it convenient for them. No, it's not just the marketing. So medyo marami pa tayong gagawin. We have a lot of things to do. But be rest assured that we are one with you. And I personally would like to thank you in your efforts to really promote tourism in the country. But then again, we still have a lot of things to do, like yung airport connectivity and the rest. As for tourism infrastructure, what do you think, what do you still need aside from the tourism stops that you are, which is really commendable that you are putting up in different parts of the country. So we are here to hear you so that we can augment, supplement if needed, the budget so that, again, we have to make the country attractive and convenient for tourists. So what other infrastructure, if I may ask, would be in your wish list?
Thank you very much for that, Senator Ejercito. We absolutely agree with you on the necessity of improving infrastructure and connectivity. First of all, on the aspect of tourism roads, our collaboration with the DPWH has resulted in the cementing of 158 kilometers this year. Although this is not within our budget, we would very much want to ensure that there is budget for new tourism roads next year, as well as a continuation of these existing tourism roads rehabilitation under the DPWH. Under the DOT, next year we propose to build tourist emergency centers in our densely populated key tourism destinations in the country. And the cost of this would be anywhere from around 8 to 10 million pesos. That is definitely very high on our wish list. Apart from our continued construction of tourist rest areas. We also find the necessity of sustainability in our tourism destinations. And therefore, there is a need not only to build tourism roads, but also to go as far as managing proper waste management, sewerage management, water systems, especially in our coastal areas, and even as far as storm surge protection in those that are vulnerable to um, flooding. In addition to this, we find that it is also necessary to provide tourism infrastructure, especially in the far-flung areas of the Philippines, such as Mindanao. The building of more ports we find to be of absolute necessity considering the archipelagic nature of our country as we look to expand our cruise tourism portfolio, not only on the international but also in the domestic sphere. We feel as well that there is indeed a need to enhance our existing gateways. First, to decongest NAIA and to take a look at Clark, especially that it is heavily underutilized as an 8 million capacity airport. Through our convergence with the Department of Transportation, we recently held a technical working group meeting with the CAAP in Clark in the hopes of building up their flight portfolio. We also hope for the improvement of the Tagbilaran Airport, the Laguindingan Airport, even and including the Legazpi Airport, which we perceive that with these improvements, it can only increase the number of flights to these destinations. That also includes the improvement of the Davao International Airport.
Well, thank you for that also, and I think it will really help a lot if the CAAP can open and our aviation can open up the other international airports directly so they don't pass Metro Manila. I think that would help a lot, no? Because you know for a fact that because of the capacity of NAIA, talaga nagkakaproblema. There really is a problem with connectivity. Again, NAIA 1, 2, and 3 is not connected. No, you have to go out. Kahit na may shuttle, you have to go out. So it's very inconvenient. And I would like to suggest that to the DOTR that if they can probably do something if it's within the airport, yung talagang transfer lang. It's really, di ba? It's such a hassle. If you imagine if you're a tourist, you have a connecting flight in NAIA, you arrive in NAIA 1, connecting to NAIA 3. You have to go out, di ba? And then go to the same procedure again, security procedure. So, these are the things, small things that we really have to iron out so we make it convenient for the tourists so that they will come back again. Sad to say, but that our airport, because of the condition, is the first and last impression. Mostly, it's not a good impression. No? But I'm hoping that with the improvements that we will be doing right now, and I'm glad that Secretary, Madam Chair, has pointed out that Clark is underutilized. You are correct. It's a 12 billion peso facility. I knew it because I defended that. And it's not utilized. I think it's almost as beautiful, almost, as Cebu Terminal. It's just that the problem is yung point-to-point and other transportation is lacking in Clark. And it's more convenient. It's cheaper, Madam Chair, to fly from Clark. Yung mga Qatar, Emirates, and other, mas murang presyo doon. So, that, I think you really have to coordinate a lot with the OTR. And we will do our part in the Senate so that the OTR will do something in that. We pointed that already because it cannot be DOT will just market it alone. We have to make it convenient. Again, connectivity, seamless transfer, convenience is of utmost important for tourists. Number two, siguro I'd just like to ask probably si GM Mark, no? Matagal I have been supportive of TIESA. What are the main infrastructure projects of TIESA right now? Of course, yung main tourism spots natin, that's a given. So, can you give this committee an idea of what other main projects TIESA has right now?
Mr. Chair, thank you. For 2022, we were able to implement 44 projects already, worth amounting to 600 million. We can submit, sir, the detailed list of those amount, and then we are also in charge of funding for the TRAs for the tourist rest area that our secretary.
On the project
has
of Secretary in tourism
Yes.
rest areas.
Yes, including the enhancement, Mr. Chair, of the NAIA Terminal 2, we're the one who funded it. And then the others is the San Juanico Bridge, the lighting of the San Juanico Bridge. And then for next year, we will be inaugurating also the lighting of Mount Samat, Mr. Chair. So then the rest will submit it to you, Mr. Chair.
Just want to ask GM kung, of course, we want to ask baka kailangan nyo augment. That's our one of our tasks. No? May marami na sila. But yung mga hotels that are operated by TESA, formerly
Yes.
PTA, no? Before yung Legazpi, yung sa yung MacArthur Landing, yung sa
Yes.
Leyte Park,
Yes.
Banawe Terraces Hotel, yung
Yes.
Mount Data. What
Mount
are
Data.
what's the status right now? Are they, I
Actually,
think yung dapat they were supposed to undergo rehabilitation, lalo yung
Yes. Yes.
Banawe Terraces Hotel. And Mount Data was reopened. No?
Yes,
Sige po,
Mr.
Penny.
Chair.
Just brief us.
It was, as you mentioned it also last budget hearing, Mr. Chair, you took notice of this property. So it's also part of our presentation supposed to be. We were able to renovate na Mount Data, right? And it's already operating. And we already earned around 14 million for 2023. So we're just waiting for Banawe Hotel. We're waiting for the master plan of it. It's undergoing right now, and plus the consultant is already finishing the architectural proposal for it because of its heritage nature. So they gave us a ballpark figure of around, it will reach around maybe 300 million to rehabilitate the Banawe Hotel. So we're also looking at the other part of having it a joint venture, Mr. Chair, with private sector. Unfortunately, we won't be able to sell it, but joint venture is allowed on our part. So, and then we're also part of the master planning of the Balikasag Island. So our properties are under master planning right now and all open for private sector joint venture, Mr. Chair.
Well, what's good to hear, no? That you're looking at joint venture. And just recently, I was the one to sponsor the PPP code, no? So I think that will help a lot in your plans. Tsaka I'm hoping that you would really prioritize because Banawe Rice Terraces, supposedly the eighth wonder of the world.
Yes.
One of the most beautiful places in the country that I have really seen. But unfortunately, because of infrastructure siguro yun yung mga dapat natin ayusin. And Banawe Rice Terraces Hotel, I stayed there twice. The fixtures ay 80s pa. It's baby color pink and baby blue. 80s pa yun bata pa ako nung uso yun. So, just imagine. No, I'm hoping that it will prioritize because as I mentioned, Banawe Rice Terraces is one of our jewels, no, that we can really promote. And be rest assured, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, that I will, that's one of my advocacies, personal advocacies, being a rider. I really want to promote the beautiful places of our country because it will help definitely the provinces and the areas, no? Especially, for example, the Cordillera. So it's a very beautiful place. I would like to thank the ESA also for rehabilitating Mount Data. Yan, hopefully, this, next in line would be Banawe Terraces Hotel. And be rest assured of our support, no, on that end. I'm hoping this time, I've been talking to GM Mark from before, that yes, I would really concentrate on the high impact projects. You know for a fact that there are a lot of districts that when budget season, they would want their own tourism projects. But I hope that you would really prioritize. Kasi may mga areas, agricultural naman, industrial, pinipilit magkaroon ng tourism areas. Di ba? We just have to stand our ground. Probably. Alam ko mahirap talaga, but that's budget. That's the budget season. And but be rest assured of our support, no? Lalo na rin sa mga areas that really top tourism areas that we have to concentrate.
Siguro just to add lang dun sa prioritization. Hindi ko alam kung Mr. Ancheta, parang I heard kasi yung Tubataha Ranger Station na ata, parang isang bagyo na lang or natamaan ata sila ng bagyo.
Yes, ma'am.
So parang there's a need to refurbish or fix it up or put up another one. May ganong, are you aware?
Yes, ma'am. Last year, I think it was in April or May na nahampers na siya ng squall. I think, Sir Mark,
We're the one who
pwede ba yung
funded,
ano,
we're the
pwede
one who
mo,
funded it po, Madam Chair.
so yung pag-ayos niya, pwede niyong
Pwede ho namin tignan ulit.
i-program
Yes.
for next
Pwede po
year.
namin
Okay.
tignan. Actually, kami po ang nag-program nun, ma'am.
Tsaka-
We give the Ranger, Tubataha Ranger Station ng around 50 million po ata.
Tapos baka pwede din paki-look into yung mga declared World Heritage Sites natin.
Actually, ma'am,
How TIEZA can help in its restoration
we're doing it po, ma'am. Right now, we're the one who funded the DED po ng lahat ng heritage site natin together with the National Heritage po Commission. So kami po nag-fund kami allocate kami ng 80 million to do especially yung mga na-damage po ng disaster, typhoon, earthquake. So lahat po 'yan kasama po doon. And we're also to inform you, Madam Chair, we're also part nung sa post office na nangyari po. So our secretary has designated CHESA to allocate funds for the DED of the post office also.
may offer, what's your ano bang offer nyo for the post office?
Actually, detailed engineering lang po. Scanning ang tinas sa amin ng National Historical Commission, Madam Chair.
May move ba to na hindi na siya post office, make it into a tourist destination or museum or joint venture to put up a mixed use na parang hotel or may ganong ano bang pinag-aaralan?
Yes. Madam Chair, after the fire that affected the Manila Post Office, the Department of Tourism reached out to PhilPost as well as the NCCA, the NHCP, and included the National Museum. That resulted in a convergence meeting wherein we offered our help as well as the TIEZA's assistance for whatever it is that they may need. First, in the short-term resolution of the safeguarding of the integrity of the structure. And this has resulted in TIEZA now funding the detailed engineering design for the immediate interventions needed to ensure that there is no further damage that would ensue from the fire. Second, we also discussed the utilization of the Manila Post Office. And there it was agreed that according to the PhilPost, they are open to the utilization of the property, not purely anymore as a post office, but as a mixed-use facility that would result in the creation of a cultural corridor within the city of Manila, especially considering its proximity to other heritage sites such as Intramuros. So the talks are now ongoing for the immediate interventions necessary as well as for the future of the property.
But as not to deplete din naman yung funds ng TIEZA, if I remember it correctly, may, ano yan di ba, insured siya sa GSIS. And in fact, there was already an offer from GSIS to, I'm not sure, to give out 200 million ba or 600 million yung nabanggit nilang amount. But Senator Lauren Legarda, we created the committee, so in...
No, the Senate President created a committee and he assigned me as chair. Would you like to chair it? I still have to convene that. Yes. So we'll take into consideration everything that you're saying. Yes. But definitely we want it to be a cultural center. Definitely not. And it should not be demolished. It just has to be retrofitted, adaptive reuse, by professionals and experts who would know how to do it. But not demolition to build a high-rise or no. That's the historic quarters of Manila. Okay. But we're not sure how much it would cost. Yeah, I still have to convene. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. If I'd like to continue. Also, I'd like to thank Secretary Frasco. This is personal to me because for promoting the tourism sites, yung mga historical sites, I mean. I recently saw you went to San Juan and you saw the El Deposito. We started that because San Juan is a historical town. It was where the first battle of the revolution occurred, Battle of San Juan del Monte. In fact, yung Museo ng Katipunan was our dedication. Project started during the time I was still mayor. Not so long ago, maybe 20 years ago. Yung El Deposito, continue by mother. So I would like to thank you for putting these historical sites on the map of the tourism map because as I mentioned, it's very personal. Later I'll ask also Intramuros because this is the remaining largest artifact that we have right now. So thank you, Sec, for doing that, no, for promoting our historical sites. I'd like to go to Intramuros.
Yes, Senator.
I think the biggest challenge there is the informal settler families no residing within the walls. No, what's your estimate? How many families are still in the Intramuros area?
Senator, there are about 2,000 informal settler families that are still living within the walls of Intramuros. Although we have an ongoing program for relocation, which is the Simple program, it will benefit around 470 informal settler families that will be relocated to Morong Rizal, hopefully within the year.
So that's the latest survey estimate
That is-
figures. So 2,000. That's times 5. That's about 10,000 people living in the Intramuros area.
Yes, Senator. That's why security is also a priority in Intramuros.
Because you mentioned earlier that's 1.8 million yung
Yes, that's the
security
only budget
services.
allocation, Senator, for...
Before, it was 58 million.
It's 1.5, since 2018, 1.5 yearly, and then for 2024, 1.8. So what we do is to use our revolving fund
To pay for the
to
security
pay for the
services.
securities.
How many security?
100
At any given time?
security guards, Senator.
Yeah, because yeah, we can just adjust.
Thank
And
you very
probably,
much.
Madam Chair, because we get to travel no, on our parliamentary visits, yung mga walking tours very important no, especially of the historical sites. And I can see that Intramuros is the best. Again, it's the largest remaining artifact that we have. Kaya kasi Manila was really destroyed during the time of the World War II. Yan na lang yung naiwan. So I'm hoping that we really can do something about it. And as chair of the Committee on Housing, Urban Development, I think we really have to, I hope that you can coordinate with they should, no? Well, we hit two birds with one stone. We give the families residing in the Intramuros, within the Intramuros compound, their own houses already. At the same time, we can free we can have a free hand of fixing it. Dapat yung may walking tours, establishment of shops, talagang make it a walk. Yung mga tourists, diba, lakad na lakad, diba? When we go in other areas, Spain, France, we just walk around. Intramuros has to be walkable. Dapat yun yung target natin. And I think we have to prioritize housing the 2,000 informal settler families. Yes, Madam Chair.
In government properties or the others are in private land?
Properties here, Madam
How
Senator.
can the government intervene in the informal settler families within private land?
Through the Social Housing Finance Corporation, which is an attached agency of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
But just to talk to the informal settlers, you'll have to go through the owners. Or does government actually intervene?
Pero just for clarification, si SHAFC does not do relocation. In fact, si SHAFC is there to provide financing para yung kung saan sila nagsisettle, pwede na nilang bilhin yung property. Which ayaw natin mangyari sa Intramuros na yung mga informal settlers natin would end up buying the property.
That's my question. If the 2,000 families are residing in the private land, but there's government land also where there are informal settlers, right? Wala na. Wala na.
No.
That's all private?
All private
So how
properties.
can you as Intramuros administrator intervene and help the private landowners talk to the informal settler families and relocate them to another area, or do you intend to relocate them within the walls of Intramuros?
The intention, Madam Senator, is to relocate them to another site. We have an ongoing project already, which is the Simple program. It's a relocation project for 470 informal settler families. Yes, Madam Senator, they are willing to. There are about 89 who have already signed lease purchase agreements for them to be relocated to that site in Morong, Rizal.
Pero
And there-
dapat yung private owner, dapat kapalit ng pag-alis sa inyo na yung property. I mean, government is spending for something na ang magbe-benefit is private sector. Diba? So, baka dapat may use of rock agreement or,
There-
I mean, dapat may balik din sa government because that is private property.
Madam Chair, there is a memorandum of agreement that was signed by the property owners, and their commitment is to build for productive use the lots that will be vacated by the informal settler families, and the use is for tourism purposes. So I think there's an intention to build boutique hotels and multi-purpose buildings within Intramuros to help also with our tourism promotions.
The 2,000 informal settler families are in how many private lands?
There are about
Approximate lang.
4 major lots.
Only 4?
And there are smaller areas, Madam Senator, that are currently being occupied by
I'll repeat my
ISF.
question. These are 2,000 informal settler families. How many parcels of private land? It
For
can't be 4 because that's 2,000 families.
it is actually 4 big chunks of private lots, Madam Senator. So it's Balon Community, which is along General Luna, the one that is near NCCA. There is also
right across.
Maisan and Plastican Community who are located beside each other along Cabildo. And there is a big Banana Community which is near Lyceum of the Philippines University. Those are the 4 big areas.
4 big areas, but there are small areas also?
Yes.
How many small ones? Big or small? Just how many?
Around 5 smaller areas within.
So only 9 private lands?
Yes.
Big or small?
Yes.
For 2,000 families, only 9? Really?
Yes.
And if you talk to the 9 owners and you can intervene and help them with the legal help, you can actually clear Intramuros and the families will be relocated to an area where they will have adequate housing and livelihood. And they've agreed to move to Morong, Rizal? Really?
The 470 beneficiaries, we already have a target date for the General Assembly. We have 89 signed lease purchase agreements already. For the other remaining beneficiaries, we need to just check their identification because there's a problem with the energization of the area, which would require the Meralco to verify the identities of the beneficiaries. So what we did is to organize an assembly which will happen on October 15 of this year.
With the indulgence of Senator Lagarde, I think we have to coordinate with DSUD and probably NHA can really help in finding resettlement for those. Anyway, the target is really 1 million houses a year. It's an ambitious project, but I hope that we can prioritize because I think that Intramuros is really a jewel that we really have to work on. No, that's our target, no? Madam Secretary. I hope that be rest assured of our support that if you can make it a walkable tourism area, just like in other, nakakaingit eh. Every time we go around other countries, just walk around small shops, yung mga souvenir items. That's what I hope that you have in mind on the long-term plan of Intramuros. No, again, it's our heritage. It's our last, as I mentioned, it's our last biggest remaining artifact. So I'm hoping that we can work on it. And thank you, thank you. Likewise, I worked with, of course, our COO Marga Nograles, and I'd like to thank you for the support for Philippine motorcycle tourism, and be rest assured of my support also in my advocacy in promoting the hidden treasures of our country. And what do you think are other areas that we need to promote and probably visit and try to help advertise as a tourism area?
First of all, Senator JB, thank you so much for your support really for the Philippine motorcycle tourism. My whole agency is a big fan of you because we have a big community who is really so very passionate about motorcycle riding and discovering our hidden gems. So, as part of my report earlier on, I also wanted to share that in our agency, we had wanted, following the direction of our president and our secretary, we wanted to strengthen our MICE industry. For three things. So first, the business meetings industry and incentive travel groups have established itineraries already and big tourist arrivals already right away, from 200 to 5,000 arrivals into the Philippines already with a set itinerary. So what we had wanted to do, so to share also that the MICE tourist spends 3 times more than an average tourist. So data shows that an average tourist spends $169 per day while in the Philippines. But data shows that MICE tourist spends $553 per day on average. Yeah. So, listening to the data, we in the Tourism Promotions Board created our Enhanced MICE Plus program. So, ang mangyayari dyan is when we have big tour groups coming into the Philippines, kahit hindi MICE or leisure, we would like to support. No, the Tourism Promotions Board would like to support these big groups that our tour operators bring into the country. May it be for airport welcome dinners, ganyan. So we have, I think, 15 million put into that program. Of course, so we had wanted to enhance that further moving forward, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And then likewise, we commend you for the efforts of the TPB to promote our country as a whole. And also I'd like to commend Secretary Frasco. I recently went to Tawi-Tawi. Indeed, it's really a beautiful place. I think we really have to promote it. No, it's dulo na ng Pilipinas, but it's so beautiful. It's just like Palawan, turquoise water. Tawi-Tawi is peaceful, no, compared to the other areas. I think it's really peaceful, and it's another gem that we can really help promote. And I've been there, and I can attest that and I'm sure you could attest that it's really a place worth promoting as well. And I think it's another gem that we can really look into as a destination. Okay, Madam Chair, I guess that's about it. Be rest assured of our support. I'd like to again commend the DOT and the attached agencies for your efforts. But again, Madam Chair, it's not, promotion is half of it. Yung half is other agencies. Again, with reiterate, convenience is utmost importance that we really have to help in promoting tourism. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator JV. We now call on Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chairman. Ang atin pong anak ng masa din at anak tagapagtanggol ng masa. Senator J.B. Ejercito, maraming salamat po. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Isang pagbati po ng kapayapaan at awa ng Panginoon Diyos sa ating lahat. Meron lang po akong ipakitang video. Ito po yung patungkol sa sinabi ni Senator JV, yung sa Sulu at Tawi-Tawi. Kasi yan po yung dalawang lugar na sinabi po ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines na terrorist-free. Wala na po dyan mga magugulong mga tao. At ito po yung video, tingnan nyo po, napakaganda po ng Sulu, paki-play. Maiksi lang po ito. Yun lang po yun. Napakaiksi. Sinadya ko pong ganun kaiksi para pumunta po tayo doon. Nakita niyo po kung gaano kaganda yung dagat. Opo, ito po yung sana ma-promote din natin. Alam niyo po, yan yung last frontier. Maraming mga tinatawag natin yung mga turista po na pumupunta dito. Gusto nila yung mga beaches. Ito po talaga, napakaganda po nito. Opo, at syempre bigay-pugay din po sa aking taga-tausog, taga-sulu, ang kanyang mister. Alam niyo po, Madam Secretary, gusto ko po kayong i-congratulate sapagkat nandito po, noong 2022, 2.653 million ang turista natin. Ngayon 2023, 4.8 million ang target nyo, pero nasa almost 4 million na po tayo. Ngayon, tama po ba itong figures na binigay sa amin?
Senator Padilla, maraming salamat po. Lumampas na po tayo sa 4 million.
Wow! Congratulations, ma'am. Napakalaking bagay po nito sapagkat alam niyo po, yung mga kapitbahay natin dito sa Southeast Asia, lahat po sila, ang puhunan nila ay nasa turismo. Nandiyan po ang Thailand, nandiyan po ang Korea, nandiyan ang Indonesia. Halos lahat po yan, tourism ang kanilang binibenta. Kahit nga po Japan isa ngayon, napakaluwag ng Japan kasi yung kanilang turismo. Meron po akong, ito po ay hindi itanong kung hindi iminumungkahi. Sapagkat meron po akong nakausap ng mga Korean producers ng pelikula. Kasi sabi nga nila, if you cannot beat them, join them. So, nakikipag-coordinate po tayo sa kanila, nakikipag-usap tayo sa mga Korean producers. Gustong-gusto po nila na pumasok dito sa Pilipinas. Katunayan, hayaan niyo po akong basahin po sa inyo to, dalawa pong bansa ang may pinakamalaki na hello? Okay lang to. Dalawang bansa po ang talagang nakikinabang sa foreign films. Una po ang Bangkok. Ayon po sa impormasyon mula sa kanilang gobyerno, mahigit na 200 foreign films ang kinunan sa Thailand nitong unang kalahati ng taon. Ang halaga po ng kanilang kinita ay 1.84 billion baht. Sa Pilipinas po, ito ay 2.7 billion. Ilan po ang budget ng DOT ngayon?
Nasa 2.9 po tayo.
2.9 lang ang budget nyo? My goodness gracious, very small.
Including that.
Halos, eto na po yung kinita ng Thailand, Ang bilang ng film productions po ay tumaas ng 12 at ang income generated sa industriya ay tumaas ng 132 million kumpara noong 2022. Bakit po ganito kadami ang kinukunang pelikula sa Thailand? Kasi may government interventions po. Inaprubahan ng gobyerno nila ang proposal na taasan ang cash rebates para sa mga film producers na gagamitin ang Thailand bilang location shoot. Mula po 15% ay naging 20% at naging 30% po for 2 years. Tinaasan din nila ang ceiling ng rebates mula 75 million baht to 150 million baht. Ginawa po ito ng Thailand upang i-encourage ang mga filmmakers na magpunta sa Thailand at gamitin ng bansa bilang kanilang location shoot. Meron pong isang ganap po noon na pelikula ni Leonardo DiCaprio. Caprio, sorry. Sorry po. Yung The Beach. Yung pong nagsulat noon, na-inspire siya dahil matagal siyang tumira sa Palawan. Pero dahil wala po tayong ino-offer na ganitong klase, nag-shoot na lang po sila sa Thailand. At nagbigay po yun ng napakaraming turismo dahil naging kasikatan po yun ni Titanic nung panahon na yun. Kaya yung mga tao nagpupunta doon kung saan shooting yung the beach. Ito naman po sa Korea. Tulad ng Thailand ay meron ding location incentive for foreign audiovisual works ang Korea. Layunin nito ang mga sumusunod, attraction of location shooting at Korea to encourage tourism, enhance economic effects by hiring local staff and actors. Attraction of foreign audiovisual works for globalization of Korean film production system and establishment of film production network. Meron din po silang rebate sa Korea bilang suporta ng gobyerno. 25 rebates kung ang film ay kinunan sa Korea sa loob ng Korea ng higit ng 10 araw. At kung ang film production ay gumastos hindi bababa ng 800 million Korean money, at ito po ay binabalik nila, 20% rebates. Kung ang film ay kinunan sa Korea sa loob ng Korea ng kulang sa 10 araw, ito po ay binibigyan ng rebate ng 800 million Korean money. Yun po yung ganung klase, ano? Alam naman po natin na sa panahon nito, sikat na sikat ang mga Korean movies, Korean teleserye. Katunayan, yung akin pong chismis na lang ito, no? Yung aking asawa, kami pumunta ng Korea para puntahan namin yung mga pinagsushootingan ng mga teleserye. Kung sa mga lugar po na yun na pinuntahan namin, ang dami pong turistang pumupunta at yun ang pinupuntahan, yung mga location kung saan nag-shooting. Ngayon po, meron po tayong kausap na Korean production na pupunta po dito. Pwede ba natin makita sa video? Tingnan lang po natin ito. No? Kausap po namin sila, nag-meeting na po kami. Ito po ay isushoot nila sana sa Pilipinas at ang mga bida po nila ay mga sikat na aktor. Ito po, yung bida sa Jurassic Park, Guardians of the Galaxy na si Chris Pratt at si Ken Jeong, yung sa Hangover, si Jimmy Young ng Silicon Valley at si Gemma Chan ng Crazy Rich Asians. Ito po yan, pupunta po sila dito at nais po nilang, kasi na-inspire din po uli yung writer nito at producer dahil nakapunta po sila sa magagandang lugar sa Pilipinas. Ang nais po nila ay makapag-shooting dito at ipakita yung magagandang lugar na nakita nila. Ang hinihingi lang po nila, sana sa ating gobyerno, ay mabigyan po sila ng ganitong klaseng rebate. Kasi ito po, naku, English ito. Pasensya na kayo, wala, kailangan kong basahin Ito po. Epic proposal, the Philippines. Yan. Since his first visit, 1997, Kevin Kwan has been in love with the Philippines. During a visit to Palawan in 2017, Kevin and co-writer Aaron Goldberg thought, how can we set a story here and show the world this amazing paradise? They dreamed up a movie idea that would be the ultimate Valentine to Palawan and wrote a script that would capture the warmth and indomitable spirit of the Filipino people. With a $40 million budget, Epic Proposal will be the biggest movie production ever to shoot in the Philippines. Filming will boost the revenues of every province and town where the movie shoots. Many local workers will be hired. Millions worth of supplies and materials will be bought for set construction, while hotels, restaurants, entertainment, and services will be patronized by the hundreds of crew members. The movie stars flying in for filming will attract worldwide media attention, and the actors themselves will variably share photos on social media, promoting wherever they are and whatever they do. Ito na po yun, Ma'am Secretary. Many nations globally provide a rebate of 25% or more of the film budget to incentivize filming in their countries because they have seen how every film production always benefits their local and national economy. We hope to receive a similar rebate from the Philippines as we feel the shooting epic proposal will open the floodgates and attract more big budget movies from Hollywood and other countries to film in the Philippines. Yun po ma'am, ang akin pong dinudulog sa inyong ahensya. Baka po pwede natin pong makausap din sila. Handa po akong i-present sila sa inyo upang magkaroon po tayo ng panibagong ekonomiya sa larangan po ng film production. At naniniwala po ako no, na napakalaking ano po nito, hudyat, pagtulak sa ating turismo na mabuksan po uli. Dahil sa ngayon po, sa akin pong palagay, ano, ang pinaka malaking medium natin ay yung mga artista na magsushooting dito. At yung mga sikat na mga artista na yan, tama naman po yun. Ano? Kapag sila ay nag-post, sila ay nagsabi, sila ay pumunta rito, at kapag ito pong pelikulang Korean na to, ay lumabas din sa market, at napanood din sa buong mundo, alam naman po natin ang mga pelikulang Koreano, no? Sila ay nananalo na rin sa Oscars. 2 pelikula na po nila ang nanalo sa Oscars, ano? Yung Parasite ba yun? At yung isa, nakakalimutan ko. Pero yung asawa ko, sigurado ko, alam niya yun. Pero ang akin lang pong pinupunto, tutukan po natin itong ekonomiya na ito sa film production. At alam naman po natin na ang puhunan natin Pilipinas, yung ganda ng lugar natin. At naniniwala po ako sa pamamagitan po ng inyong ahensya, magagawa po natin ito. Handa po akong dalhin sila sa inyo, itong grupo na to, dahil sila po ay talagang ready na po na mag-shooting dito. Yun po, may any comment, ma'am?
Maraming salamat po, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I learned that in Tawi-Tawi, where I was recently. Totoo po, napakaganda po ng Tawi-Tawi at pumunta po tayo kasama na yung ating mga officials ng Department of Tourism para naman po mabigyan ng oportunidad yung Tawi-Tawi na ma-develop talaga at tsaka ma-promote. Nakapunta ako sa kanilang napakagandang mga beaches. Nakain ko po yung kanilang agal-agal kasi celebration yun ng Agal-Agal Festival. At nakapunta din po tayo doon sa foot of the Budbongao Mountain. Yung Tawi-Tawi tsaka Sulu po, nasa top of mind ng tourism development of the Department of Tourism. And we are actually in the stages of planning for a visit to Tawi-Tawi to do a product audit of what we would be able to do in terms of developing their tourism portfolio. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa inyo, Senator, dahil sa inyong napakahalagang suporta sa film tourism industry ng Pilipinas. As a matter of fact, nakaka-sign lang po natin ng Memorandum of Agreement kasama ang Film Development Council of the Philippines, chaired by Chairman Tirso Cruz, pati na rin po yung TIEZA. Nag-sign tayo ng MOA na ito dahil po sa inyo. Kasi sabi po ni Chairman Tirso Cruz na napakalaki ng suporta ninyo for the putting up of a film heritage building that will house the archives of Philippine cinema, pati na rin po magiging one-stop shop siya for all of these international producers to come to the Philippines and get consolidated information in coordination with the Department of Tourism on possible film tourism sites. And sa pamamagitan ng Memorandum of Agreement na ito, we hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Una po, pumayag na po yung Department of Finance sa paggamit ng kanilang property, which is under the administration of the Department of Tourism, para groundbreaking na po natin yung Film Heritage Building po ninyo. Pangalawa, magsisimula na po yung ating technical working group meetings with the FDCP. First, para po gumawa tayo ng due diligence on the comparative data of incentives of the Philippines vis-a-vis the ASEAN countries. Yun talaga yung major disadvantage ng Pilipinas in terms of the attractiveness of its incentives, considering that yung na-offer lang po ng Pilipinas is a maximum of 200,000 US dollars for filming, last that I'm aware, comparative to the rebates that are offered by other countries. Nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa inyong suporta for the possible filming of what is anticipated to be one of the biggest Hollywood films in the country. Noong February po this year, nagkaroon po tayo ng opportunity na makipag-meeting kay Mr. Kevin Kwan, pati na rin po ni Mr. Lawrence Bender at Chairman Tirso Cruz. At doon, pinahayag po natin yung ating suporta in terms of the logistical assistance na pwedeng mabigay ng DOT, pati na rin po yung ating mga regional offices to exhaust all the means of government to ensure that they make the decision to film here. But we recognize na malaking bagay yung financial considerations. That is why we have also explored seeking assistance from the private sector on the assistance in terms of the rebates that they're looking to have and incentives that cannot be provided by government at the moment, limited by the present mandate of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. Ngayong October 6 po, meron din po tayong pangalawang meeting kasama si Mr. Kevin Kwan, pati na rin po si Mr. Lawrence Bender. Because from our end, we agree with you na napaka-importante po na ma-convince natin sila na dito gawin yung pelikula sa Pilipinas. The film tourism development of the Philippines is a portfolio that we wish to grow under the Marcos administration. Kasi nakita na po natin in countries like Korea how they have been able to mold and exercise their soft power through their culture that is very much transmitted through film. And so you have our assurances, dear Senator, na patuloy po yung growth and expansion of this particular tourism product portfolio. Patuloy din po yung ating collaboration with the Film Development Council of the Philippines. And when the time comes, and hopefully pag natapos na po natin yung ating close coordination in terms of proposed revisions to the incentives that can be offered by the FDCP, that we can seek your help should any legislation be necessary to increase these incentives. Maraming salamat po.
Permission of Senator Robin. Nakipag-coordinate na ba kayo with DOF when it comes to giving more incentives? Kasi the policy direction would come from them kung agreeable ba sila to give incentives. Siguro share ko lang. For example, Sen. Robin, sa Hungary, ang ganda nung binibigay nilang incentives para mag-produce, para mag-shoot ng mga pelikula doon. Kaya, di ba yung mga I Am Robot ni Will Smith, and other films, makikita mo na ang daming scenes from, lalong-lalo na from Budapest. So, may ganong na ba kayo pag-uusap?
Madam Chair, I can confirm that the matter of looking at the expansion of incentives for film tourism has already been taken up in Cabinet. Kasi gusto din po ng ating Presidente na mas maging attractive talaga yung ating incentives. And so subsequent po ng technical working group between the DOT and the FDCP, we are going to be able to present a clear-cut proposal on the amount of incentives that we wish to increase. But yes, the DOF is aware of our desire to have the incentives increased.
Are they open to the idea? Kasi at the moment, binupush nga nila for us dito sa Senate na wala na exemptions from VAT. So if we will give an incentive dun sa mga film producers na VAT exempt sila, parang it contradicts the ongoing policy of DOF.
Yes. I cannot speak for the Secretary of the Department of Finance, although I am very grateful to him for two things, Madam Chair. First, for giving us the authorization to support the growth of film tourism in the Philippines by allowing us to use the DOF property in Intramuros for the construction of the Film Heritage Building. And second, for releasing a statement 2 days ago that he perceives the tourism services sector, specifically the domestic and international tourism contributions, to drive trade, transportation, storage, accommodations, and food services. And perhaps then, when the time comes, it will be incumbent upon the Department of Tourism and the FDCP to present a business case for the increase in incentives and leave it to their discretion.
Thank you, Senator Robin.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Yung binanggit niyo po kanina, no, maganda din po yun kung makapag-usap po tayo kasi nakikita ko po na si Madam Chair ay nakasuporta sa atin dito. Baka nga po siguro i-legislate po natin ito para tingnan natin kung paano natin po. Kasi para sa akin talaga, big break po ito para sa Pilipinas. Lamang na lamang tayo kung sa pagandahan lang po ng lugar at sa pagandahan ng mga Pilipino, lahat na po. Lamang na lamang tayo dito. Isa na lang pong tanong. Opo, ito lang po kasi good news. Kasi ito medyo malungkot lang ito. Tanong ko lang po doon sa duty free, Mr. Nang, Sir Nang. Totoo po ba itong meron to po kayong tinanggalan ng trabaho 500 tao? Totoo po ba ito?
Mr. Senator, actually we're just following the instructions of the GCG and
Okay.
Regarding the restructuring program. And actually hindi ho 500 from yung original pong old OSSP na 1,180 plantilla possession, ni-reduce po nila to 345.
So ilan po mas nadagdagan pa?
Bumabaho.
Oo.
So,
ano pong plano nyo po ron sa matatanggal?
Well, may incentive program kaya po up to this year and next year may medyo wala pa ho kaming kikitain because yun pong incentive program ibibigay po namin sa empleyado yung mga separation nila.
Wala po silang natatanggap pa sa ngayon.
Meron na ho. We're nagsimula na po kami mag-release ng mga separation pay.
Opo. Hindi ko po masyado pang nabasa ito pero binigay lang po sa akin.
Yeah.
Alagaan po natin yung mga tao natin, boss. Oo, medyo lalo po sa panahon ngayon, ang tataas ng bilihin, magpapasko pa.
Yeah,
Kung ano po yung pwede niyong maibigay sigurong insentibo.
Opo. Kung ano ho pang approve lang ho ng gobyerno, yun lang po ang aming based on the package of the government.
Yung po bang ibang tatanggalin nyo, hindi pa naman po siguro ngayon magpapasko, no?
Well, totoo po yun. Kalahati lang kasi wala na po kaming budget for this year at yung iba ho next year. So that's about 385 million po ang total budget. So yung kalahati po by next year na. So hindi
Opo. Para yung kalahati na muna, yun na muna po ang alagaan nyo. Yung kalahati, medyo makakapagpasko pa ng maayos.
Yes, opo.
Opo. Salamat po, Mr. Nang. Yun lamang po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sen. Robin Hood. Siguro, since duty-free na rin yung napag-uusapan, parang just the other week, parang kinandado ng Subic Bay yung, ano ba yan? Yung tindahan nyo kasi for non-payment?
Madam Chair, hindi po sa amin yun. That's a privately run duty-free.
So mali yung, kasi dun sa news report, nakasulat duty-free Philippines eh.
Yes, opo.
So sino yung,
It's privately owned.
na parang
DFS.
kapangalan nyo?
Well, yung mga operators po sa Subic yon, sa Subic po. May operators po doon. But they are close
So
to
operator nyo yung,
Hindi po. Sa Freeport po, there's operators before na nag-ooperate ng duty-free. And I think...
and not
may mga-
duty-free Philippines?
Not duty-free Philippines po. Wala po kaming utang at where?
So hindi kayo yon. I think baka you have to issue a statement that
Yes.
that yung pinadlock na yon is not the same duty-free Philippines.
Yes, we will do that. Madam Sen.
Kasi ganun yung, ganun daw, the article was written in a way na parang duty-free. And parang nabanggit niya na may restructuring na binigay sa inyo si GCG, what was the rationale for the restructuring?
Well, it's long overdue, Madam Chair. And because of the business model that Duty Free has, it only requires about 385 or 300 plus people to run it, actually. Marami ho masyado yung empleyado namin. And some the suppliers are, actually providing some yung help, additional help when it comes to, monitoring their goods already. So marami na ho talagang taon walang...
Hindi naman magsasara yung duty free?
Ay,
Or
hindi po.
may policy direction ba kayo to privatize? Or
Well,
may ganong pag-aaral ba to privatize duty free? Kasi parang I think yung NAIA 3 nyo ata, parang may sinaran kayong pwesto, di ba? Or hindi natuloy? Or...
well, for NAIA 3, the land side, we have to close it. It's too big, but that was the decision of my predecessor. And I have to close it po kasi it was not making money. So, yun lang po. But for the others, during the pandemic, we have to close down some small stores.
Like
But
yung
now,
locks?
Lux is still open. We have new stocks po of different brands. And Fiesta Mall, which is the downtown store, we're renovating it and we're adding new stocks and brands.
Actually, yun na nga. Kasi, for example, ako, parang pag bumibili ako ng pasalubong sa SNR na lang, tsaka sa Landers, or, di ba? Kasi parang, ay effort for me to go to your space dun sa malapit sa airport. Hindi katulad dati, di ba, na parang automatic, talagang mag-e-effort ka na within 2 days, kailangan bit-bit mo lahat kasi dun ka nabibili ng pasalubong. But apparently, nabago na yung ganong, I don't know, nabago na ba yung ganong kultura na pag dumadating ka, ang next day gimmick niya with the family is to go to duty free. Parang at the moment, are you still occupying the same space at the back of Ninoy Aquino 1? Doon pa rin ba kayo?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're still occupying the Fiesta Mall. We renewed it for another 3 years. So, well, may undergoing renovation.
Parang nabago na nga yung ganong kultura. Or,
Hindi po na well, actually, yung for Fiesta Mall in Parañaque, ang ano ho namin doon, ang market ho namin are the OFWs and balikbayans.
So yung mga OFW, they still
buy food
go.
there. Yes. That's 60% or 65% of our
Kasi ganda nga na promo nyo ngayon sa Chivas Regalata. O, di ba? Nag-plug pa. Parang meron kang buy 3, ganun promo. So, at least may ganong reassurance na tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung
yes,
duty free. But are you studying nga yung konsepto of privatization? Kasi in other countries, parang I think duty free is privatized already.
I yield this to the secretary for comments.
If I may, Madam Chair, unang-una po, with regard to the employees of the DOT that look to be affected by the decision of the GCG, for the record, on September 23, 2022, my office received a notice from the GCG that they would be implementing their order, GCG Memorandum Order 2022-08, approving the restructuring plan of Duty Free Philippines to take effect in January 2023. What I did subsequent to receipt of this letter was to actually have a meeting with the union of Duty Free, subsequent to my meeting with the management of Duty Free, just to get all sides. And as I heard them out, I completely understood their concerns of losing employment, especially towards the Christmas season. So yung ginawa ko po, sumulat po ako sa GCG to request an extension of time for the implementation of their order. And the effect of that was for the GCG to extend the implementation from January until March 2023. So March came, and then in March, I again wrote to the GCG to request an additional extension of time in behalf of the employees in order to implement the IRR for the order of the GCG. The letter has been duly acknowledged, and in May, yes, in May, the GCG decided that the implementation could no longer wait, and they did carry out the same. But from our end in the DOT, we completely understand the concerns of these employees, which is exactly why we requested for an extension of time. As far as the duty-free Philippines is concerned, there have been initial talks on opening up opportunities for the private sector to be able to offer incentives similar to duty-free, to be able to make the Philippines more competitive in terms of shopping tourism. However, this requires a revision in legislation, considering that the privilege of extending duty-free exemptions are purely lodged within duty-free. So should we pursue privatization, it would require legislation. Meanwhile, we are pleased to note that as a result of the desire and directive of our president to increase shopping tourism in the Philippines, a bill has been passed by the House to extend a VAT refund mechanism for tourists, and the same is now before the Senate.
Siguro baka maganda din tignan, baka yung, because I think wala na talaga tayong magagawa because duty-free has to follow the instructions of GCG. Baka siguro maganda lang tignan, baka pwedeng hanapan sila ng pwedeng lipatan, or maybe we can train them for upskilling so they can also work for other industries within the tourism sector. May ganong effort?
Yes, Madam Chair. There is a host of trainings that we can provide in order to upskill and increase the capabilities of the workers affected by the GCG-ordered restructuring. And from our end in the DOT, we will ensure that we're able to assist in the smooth transition by providing such trainings.
Ano yung constraints nyo dun sa separation pay? Why can't
We're still, Madam Chair, we're still settling the portion ng BIR tax exemption, but for the separation. So,
at sinisigil kayo ng BIR?
yes.
For
Well, we requested for their opinion kung it can be VAT exempted.
Yung separation
Pay, yes.
Oh, so para you can give more.
More, yes, we can give more.
Sige, maybe we can help you with that. During we can ask BIR kung ano na ba talaga yung
We
if
wrote
they
them a
can,
letter already.
decide
Madam
favorably with your request to exempt na yung VAT.
Yes. It's with their legal office, Madam Chair. They're evaluating it.
Okay. Okay. Sige.
Madam Chair, sorry po, i-follow up ko lang yung Mr. Nang. Pasensya na po kasi sabay-sabay kaming nakatanggap ng text dito. Na 3 months na daw nagugutom yung mga tinanggal sa trabaho at wala pati daw yung matatanda, wala nang pambiling gamot. Medyo may text brigade sila, ha?
Yes. Mr. Senator, actually ang doon sa implementing rules and regulation, we are given 90 days. Bago kung 90 days para ma-claim nila yung check. So
3 months na po yun. So may makukuha na po sila?
Nag-start na po kami nagre-release. Actually, marami na ako napirma na check na na-release na check.
Opo, pakiano lang po, sir. Ayoko naman po kayong dahil tayo po magkakasama dyan sa DOT. Ano lang po, paalala lang sir, kawawa yung mga natanggal sa trabaho. Salamat po, salamat.
Yeah, noted po. Thank you.
Hindi, pero Well, knowing BIR, parang hindi naman nila ibibigay sa inyo yun. Yung ano, VAT exemption. I mean, we have to be realistic, di ba? Kasi the more you prolong it, na alam naman natin sa bandang dulo, hindi pa rin naman sa inyo ibibigay ng BIR yan. Hindi ba baka nga mas maigi? Bigay na lang natin. And then kung mag-grant naman, dito follow na lang yung additional amount. Kasi may narinig na ho ba kayong ahensya na pinayagan ng BIR na i-VAT exempt yung separation pay?
Yeah, sige po.
May ganong
Madam
ahensya
Chair, we
po
will
ba?
look into that.
Na,
And,
in fact, just to share, during the bayanihan, I had to insert that provision na yung malilay off during that period, exempted na.
yes, sige po.
Pero syempre, nag-lapse na yun. So, I doubt kung papayag pa ulit si BIR.
Yes.
Kasi 3 months, di ba? Yung 3 months na walang trabaho, walang pera. Mahirap po yun. Lalo na ngayon, ang hirap ng buhay.
Sige po, Madam Chair, we will look into that.
Yeah, maybe before we go dun sa plenary, we would get an update already na baka pwede na nga maumpisahan.
Sige po.
Separation pay, no? Separation pay lang ba yung yung ano?
Separation pay, that includes also yung mga leaves po. Leave credits.
Leave credits daw hindi subject to VAT. To ano ba yan? Income tax.
Nag-partial na po kami doon. Nagbigay na po kami. Yeah.
So yung mga leave credits,
Leave
nabigay
credits
niyo na
po,
yun?
that was advanced already. Yung SIP na lang po
Ang kulang. So meron na naman kayong initial
Yeah,
na
meron na
nabigay.
po. Meron na po.
May PRA pa pala. Sorry, nakalimutan na kita. Ano PRA? Tapos na siya. On this, tatanong. Hindi, question lang sa PRA. Di ba yung, meron pa ba kayong mga retirees na 35 years old?
Suspended na po yung from 35 to 49 years old. We
Yeah,
have
pero-
suspended.
Kasi, syempre may existing na eh.
Yes, apo.
Did you rescind? Kasi di ba, nire-renew naman yan. So yung mga naka-avail na ng 35, nagtuloy-tuloy ba sila? Or you had to tell them na parang hindi na kayo pwede?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, our members for 35 to 49 that we accepted before the new policy, we are still renewing their membership because the issued policy of limiting the age requirement to 50 and above is we are implementing it po prospectively po. So
Pero
not
I suggest na you study para makover yung nabigyan na ng 35 years old.
yes po.
And, 35 to 49, di ba? Kasi unang-una, napaka-bata para mag-retire at 35 years old. And then, na-vet nyo na ba itong mga 35 years old? Kasi most of them are Chinese, tama ba? Correct?
Actually, distributed around 33% po are from mainland China and the other percentage po nakadistribute for different nationalities.
Hindi kaya nga, na-vet nyo ba itong mga to na talagang of good moral character, hindi sila bahagi ng isang sindikato, or ito yung way nila to stay longer in the country kasi meron pa silang other activities in the country, sa bansa natin. Kasi parang ano yung total number nung retirees na 35 to 49?
To answer first po yung the concern on national security, actually, PRA applicants and retiring members are strictly evaluated po and monitored by PRA and the Bureau of Immigration po. So, for example, PRA applicants are required to submit police clearance or certificate of no criminal records, as well as submit NBI clearance po if they stayed more than 30 days. So,
May
meron din po-
coordination ba kayo with NICA?
Yeah, we have Interpol database access po. So,
NICA mismo. Yung
Visa.
National Security Council natin, yung those type of agencies. Considering na
Yes,
parang meron tayong sitwasyon ngayon na hindi masyadong maganda at the moment, di ba?
Apo, yes. But to address po yung security concerns, yung Interpol database po, yun po may access kami. When there are hits po for applicants, of course, we do not accept them. And actually, we recommend for the deportation because PRA applicants are already in the Philippines.
So ilan na yung napapadeport nyo?
Okay, as of now po, I don't have the numbers, but we can submit po. Ayun.
Huli nga kayo na talagang
May
hindi ka
mga-
nais dun sa nag-avail
But-
ng retirement program natin.
Madam Chair, hindi po. They are tourist visa holders because before applying to PRA, they have to have a valid Philippine visa. So they have tourist visas, then they apply to PRA, then we screen them po. Yun po.
Kanina you had to deport.
Yes po, because they are already in the Philippines with tourist visas.
Tapos hindi sila naging
May-
qualified.
Yes po.
Pero
Yes
hindi
po, Madam
naman yung
Chair.
naka-enroll na dun sa program natin.
Yes, Madam Chair. Not yet enrolled. Still applying for a PRA visa po.
Oh, and then, ano yung potential market na tinitignan nyo? Kasi ang laking opportunity to encourage more foreigners para dito mag-retire, lalong-lalo na yung mga countries na aging yung population like Japan. So may mga ganong programa ba tayo to entice more retirees to come to the Philippines? Kasi parang ano din yan one way to encourage our health workers na imbis na sila yung pupunta dun sa ibang bansa, pwedeng dito na lang kasi meron nga tayong retirement community na maganda yung salary para sa ating mga health workers. So dito na lang sila magtatrabaho. May ganong programa and convergence with DOH or with private health facilities. Kasi parang yun ata yung concern ng mga retirees, yung access sila to health care dahil usually medyo may mga edad na yung mga yan.
Yes, Madam Chair. With regards to market po, with the suspension of accepting members from 35 to 49, for example, the percentage of European and American retirees increased, and for example, for the Chinese retirees that we are concerned of actually decreased in terms of percentage for annual membership po. Okay po. So, and we participate with the Department of Tourism, and we join the tourism campaigns po of DOT. And with regards to healthcare services po, we do accredit merchant partners like medical service providers, caregiving providers, retirement facilities. So to address the concerns of the aging retired members, but actually their main concern is the portability of their foreign insurance po yun. So
Concern.
yes po. So
Kasi hindi ino-honor ng local hospital setting yung insurance nila abroad.
yes, Madam Chair. Opo, lalo na po yung government-funded nila na insurance coverage po. Yun. So, even though in previous years, some Filipinos, for example, in America, they were trying to lobby the U.S. government or for laws that will extend the portability of their insurance to the Philippines, but to no avail po. Okay, in the Philippines, I was given the card. So in 2007, PRA had a memorandum of understanding with PhilHealth po for the coverage of PRA members. So they are paying 15,000 annual premium contribution po. Ayun, so they are part of our PhilHealth system po, but they are paying more po.
Okay.
Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Yes, Sen. Robin Hood.
Sir Philip, Opo, kasi
Good afternoon po.
napag-usapan yung retirement. Opo, hindi po ako mag-retire. Bata pa ako, boss. Ano lang po, kasi alam niyo naman po siguro yung tinatawag natin na medical tourism, no? Opo, at siyempre, kapabilang po dyan, yung mga matatanda na nasa abroad na gusto ngang mag-retire sa Pilipinas. Paano po kaya yan? Ang madalas na sinasabi na ang gamot na binibigay doon sa mga matatanda. Kasi nagpunta po ako ng Israel, at doon nakita ko yung kanilang mga nursing homes, yung mga matatanda na may demensya. Ang binibigay nila ay medical cannabis. Medical cannabis. Paano po kaya yan? Ipopromote natin halimbawa ang retirement dito sa Pilipinas. Yung mga matatanda, ang gamot ay medical cannabis. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin po yan legal sa atin. Hindi po parang Thailand na recreational. Bagamat tumaas ang tourism nila dahil sa recreational cannabis. Pero yung medical cannabis, sa tingin niyo po ba makakatulong yan sa ating medical tourism o sa mga retirement sa mga nursing homes?
Thank you po, Honorable Senator. Actually po, medical tourism, although it is related to retirement tourism, medical tourism is not handled by our agency po. So actually, we will cooperate with the responsible unit po for medical tourism, but as of now po, sorry po, we don't have a position on that issue po.
Apo, pero
Sorry
connected po
pasensya.
kasi yun eh. Connected yun.
Opo.
Pagka gusto natin dito na mag-retire, lalo na yung mga Europeans kasi bukas sa kanila yan eh. Ang medical cannabis sa kanila, that is natural. Sa kanila parang walang problema yon. So paano po kaya yon? Paano nyo po yung ipaliliwanag? Halimbawa, meron isang tiga Netherlands o isang tiga Australia na lang. Ang Australia, ang lapit na sa atin yan, 7 hours away. Bukas na ang medical cannabis sa kanila. Gustong mag-retire sa Pilipinas. Paano po kaya yon? Sa tingin niyo po ba makakatulong ang legalization ng medical cannabis dito sa retirement industry?
Okay. Thank you po ulit, Honorable Senator. Looking forward po, actually, PRA can be part of a group that will discuss these issues. And for example, there needs to be a participation of the Department of Health, for example po. But looking forward, if PRA will be targeting, for example, the senior category of retirees we're in, for example, there is much pain that they are suffering pain in their, sabihin natin, on what their medical conditions, and maybe your suggested po na medical treatment or therapy, medical therapy will be useful for them practically po. Possible po na of course we to support the needed medical and medical services to cater for this special segment that needs this kind of therapy. I think actually it will be for our management to decide, but it appears that it is practical for PRA to support, but of course under certain conditions, and there must be controls that should be put in place. Thank you po, Senator.
Maraming salamat po, sir. Tama po pala kayo na dyan na kayo nakaupo dyan, Mr. Philip. Salamat po. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Ano yun? Thank you. Sige. Let's go back to DOT proper. For 2022, you had an unutilized appropriation for branding amounting to 296 million plus. What is the current status of the fund?
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to yield the floor to Undersecretary Elaine Bathan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Padilla. With regards to the 2022 continuing budget of the Department of Tourism, particularly for the branding, we are already currently doing the direct placements for the and its utilizations for us to be able to target full utilization by end of December,
Pero
Madam Chair.
yung balance nyo ng 2022 na 296, na gastos nyo na ba to?
As of the moment, it has not been fully expended as of yet, Madam Chair, but we are already in the process.
How much is the balance?
The balance, as of the moment, Madam Chair, is that we have a total obligated appropriation of 141,797,877. The unutilized, which is 48%, Madam Chair, and the unutilized funds for the 2022 is 153,547,000, Madam Chair.
153 yung hindi nyo pa nagagamit
Yes,
out
Madam
of
Chair.
the 296 million.
295, yes, Madam Chair.
296,333,000. So hindi hindi niya pa nagagamit yung 151.
We are already
Million.
in the process of procurement of the 153
So
million, Madam Chair.
ano yung magiging bahagi ng procurement for the 151 million of the 2022 branding budget?
Sorry, Madam Chair, we intend to undertake direct media placements for this amount, Madam Chair.
So lahat ng 151 million media placements for TV, radio, or
In all
media?
forms, social
All-
media, online, and print, Madam Chair.
Okay, so dun sa 2023 budget niya naman, how much pa yung remaining sa branding?
As of the moment, Madam Chair, we have a total obligated appropriations of 252 and an unutilized budget of 991, all of which are the big amount of which have already been undergoing procurement. We expect a total of 620 million to be awarded by end of October, within the end of October to second week of November, Madam Chair.
Ulit, nalito ko. So yung, magkano yung branding budget for 2023? 1.27 billion, diba?
1.2 billion, Madam Chair.
1.27 billion, and then as of the moment, how much is the balance pa?
Our balance, which is our balance, Madam Chair, is about 991. But we expect that
Parang
out of
only
the
yung 991 na, out of 127
but out of the
billion.
if I may, Madam Chair, out of the 991, 620 of that will already be obligated by, like I said, within the end of October to second week of November.
Ano yung mga component ng 620 million?
There are several, Madam Chair. We have the strategy, research, and overall direction for the integrated marketing communications campaign.
And how much is that?
30 million, Madam Chair. Digital media planning.
Wala pa ba kayong ganitong research?
None yet, Madam Chair, because it's supposed to be a offshoot or catch-up after we have launched the branding campaign, Madam Chair.
So you launch a branding campaign without doing any research?
There is, Madam Chair, if I may, the branding campaign was backed by a market study. And that is a component of the strategy.
How much was spent for that market study for the branding campaign?
None, Madam Chair.
Why none?
Because it was part of that contract which the Department of Tourism has terminated, Madam Chair.
But you're in possession of that study.
We are in the possession and ownership of the market study, Madam Chair.
And supposed to be, how much was that study? Kung natuloy yung kontrata.
It was part of the 49 million contract, Madam Chair.
At hindi nyo kayang himayin how much out of the 49 million, lalabas yung market study?
Well, there was, it is composed based on the terms of reference, Madam Chair. The amount will be comprised of 20% of the total project cost, Madam Chair.
So strategy research, the part ng 320 million is how much?
30 million, Madam Chair.
So anong pagkakaiba nung strategy research dun sa marketing study that was part of the 49 million?
But the project will serve, Madam Chair, as a backbone for the overall branding campaign of the department, and it will it aims to
Parang
support.
question, going back, hindi ba dapat last year pa when you presented the budget for 2023, nauna na yung study bago tayo nag-launch ng branding campaign?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's precisely the basis for.
Yeah, why are you spending 30 million for a study that supposed to be was already done before you launch? I think I would assume this is the Love the Philippines, 'di ba? So anong magiging kumbaga ano yung magiging backbone for the new branding if there was no strategy research? Kasi parang ngayon pa lang kayo mag-award ng 30 million for a strategy research. So what was the basis for doing a rebranding when you're still gonna do a strategy research worth 30 million?
If you will allow me to clarify, the market research for the 49 million refers to the conduct and the study of the market and the viability of being able to come up with a new slogan and the new logo, Madam Chair. While the integrated market
shifting to a new campaign. So talagang parang overhaul yan. So how can it be that you started a new campaign na wala kayong lumalabas ngayon because you're awarding 30 million for strategy research, but parang parang medyo mali yung order. Hindi ba dapat nauna yung pag-aaral bago tayo relaunch? I will just cite an example. For example, nung tumakbo ako ng 2013, bago ako nag-produce ng mga materyales ko, I engage, nagpa-study, ano ba yung mga keywords, ano yung market that I want to target, and then from there, yung nag-pitch sa akin yung mga ahensya, kasi yun yung magiging basis nila, kung ano yung how they will package me as a candidate. Was the same process followed for the launch? For example, let's talk about that controversial promotional video. Di ba that video was shown in Cambodia? Correct?
it was
Yung sa UNWTO? Hindi ba siya pinalabas? So,
No,
saan
Madam
galing
Chair.
yung statement nung Indonesian tourism officer na parang when he was watching it in Cambodia, parang nasabi niya, that rice fields, parang sa Indonesia yan And then true enough, nung pumutok na nga, sabi niya parang na-validate yung suspension niya nung pinapanood niya yung video. Tapos, in fact, may statement pa siya na nagpapasalamat siya na we are promoting Indonesia. Are you not aware of that statement of the Indonesian tourism minister?
Yes. Madam Chair, first of all, to set the record straight, the enhancement of the Philippine tourism branding was indeed backed by an extensive market research that concerned a study of global, regional, and local data.
And if that's the case, why? So dapat alisin na natin yung 30 million.
There is a necessity to clarify the previous statement of the Undersecretary, Madam Chair, because this particular component of the branding budget pertains to the overall direction for the integrated marketing communication campaign as far as placements is concerned for
Yeah,
ads all
pero
over the world.
TPB has the skill already for the placements. I mean, nandyan na, ha, kumbaga, ang tagal, alam na nila yan kahit, alam na nila where to place, what to place, anong time.
Yes.
There's usually there's a buyer for that.
Yes, notably, Madam Chair, there is a division.
And you need to spend 30 million for us to know where to place?
Madam Chair, notably, there is a division of labor in terms of the markets being handled by TPB and the markets being handled by the DOT.
Pero di ba, lalong-lalo na TPB, you're in charge of international.
Not
Yes.
purely, Madam Chair. Not purely.
Yes, we have 13 markets that we take care of, Madam Chair.
Sa international,
Sa
di ba?
international,
only.
yes.
In fact, kaya nga
13,
kayo
yes.
tourism promotions board.
Yes, yes. We
Yes.
have global
Because
media
that is your
placements
mandate.
in those areas, yes.
Specifically, the Office of Product and Marketing Development handles specific jurisdictions. Can I have it, please? The countries.
You, so let's go back to the 30 million study that, I mean, malaki-laki rin yan kung instead of a study, placement na because that's additional airtime. Kung hindi naman kailangan, kasi you've mentioned that as part of the 49 million, meron ng submission yung ahensya ng study. Correct?
Pertaining to the viability of enhancing the tourism branding campaign and not pertaining to the placements for where
How
these
long,
marketing
how
campaigns
long
will be had.
yung sinubmit nilang study? How many pages?
We will be submitting a copy.
Yeah.
Sorry. We will
Kasi
be
if it's just the testing of the, I mean, madali lang yon kasi keywords lang yung itetest eh. So, 5 pages lang usually yung submission niya ng ano ba tawag doon? Yung survey firm. Kasi ganyan yung nangyari sa akin eh. Like, tinest nila keywords. And then from the keywords, dun sila labas ng slogan for me. Ganun lang ba yung output na binigay sa inyo as part of the 49 million?
No, Madam Chair. The output actually consists of several pages, more than 20 pages as a matter of fact.
So it's comprehensive.
It is a comprehensive study on the viability of changing the logo and the slogan, Madam Chair.
So, ang study lang is the viability. Wala pang kayong pinangahawakan ng study on the slogan itself.
That is, sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may. The study presented to us by the contracted agency also involved studying customer behavior, trends in travel and tourism, post-pandemic, as well as attitudes to travel all over the world, including tourism spending on what
Ayan, so
specific
it's not
activities
just,
they
it's not just
spend on.
viability. It's much more than that. In fact, meron na siyang market segment study eh. Diba?
Although, yes, Madam Chair, that is true.
And it was only what? How much? Magkano 30% ng 49 million? 5 million? Huh? 10 million. Mga 10 million. And then parang may research tayo na 30 million. Na parang nakakailang research na tayo sa for strategies.
Madam Chair, I think there needs to be a delineation made between the study that was conducted to enhance the
In
tourism.
fact, I mean, di ba, during the last budget hearing, yun nga yung concern ko eh. When we change the branding, isipin mo, we're spending 30 million for a strategy research. Wala pa yung placement. And in terms of tourist arrivals, hindi pa, I mean, compared to our ASEAN neighbors, na hindi nagpapalit ng slogan, pero ang taas-taas ng tourist arrivals nila. Malaysia, 10 million. Vietnam, well, mas mataas na tayo ata sa Vietnam ngayon. Hindi, pero 2022 pa to eh. What was our arrivals nung end of 2022?
2.65 million, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so mas mataas pa rin ng Vietnam. Ka-level lang natin ang Cambodia. So, going back dun sa kay Tourism Minister,
Oh, yeah.
dun sa kanyang
So
comment.
to clarify, Madam Chair, the UNWTO the UNWTO conference which I attended happened prior to the launch of the video in question, and the video that was shown during the dinner hosted by the Philippine government in UNWTO was a video that was made in-house and did not use any of the footages that were used in the video launched to
Yeah,
support
so
the
how come
tourism
he made that
branding.
statement na the rice paddies that he saw during that event was the same rice paddies that was shown during your launch? How did that happen? Saan niya kinuha yung ganong impression?
Yes, the statement was made on July 4. The statement made by the
Yeah,
Tourism Minister of Indonesia.
Yeah, his statement was when he was attending the Cambodia event, he already was parang telling himself, parang that rice paddy looked familiar. It looked like Indonesia. Tapos parang sabi niya, no, parang next statement niya was parang mukhang hindi naman, or baka hindi naman kasi sa Philippines, baka pareho lang. And then pumutok na nga yung nangyari dun sa launch, and then he issued that statement na parang, totoo naman pala yung ano ba yan, yung haka-haka niya na it was indeed in Indonesia. In fact, yung huling statement niya was, parang hindi naman siya na-offend na ginamit ng Philippines yung photo ng Indonesia. In fact, ang statement niya was, we should thank the Philippines because they promoted Indonesia.
We categorically deny showing the video in
hindi niyo
question
nabasa
during
yung
the
ganong-
UNWTO
Hindi niyo
dinner,
nabasa
Madam
yung
Chair.
ganong statement nung tourism officer of, tourism minister of Indonesia. Kalat na kalat siya sa social media.
It was brought to our attention, Madam Chair, and he did in fact attend the dinner hosted by the Philippine government, and the video that was shown there was made in-house, sourcing...
Wait, so your in-house used photos from Bali?
No, Madam Chair. We deny showing any photos using images of Bali during the dinner
Hindi nga.
hosted
So
by
parang
the Philippine government.
how come saan nanggaling yung ganong statement that when he was attending that event, he saw the same I think we're talking about the same photo.
I cannot speak
Na-
to that, Madam Chair, but what I am aware of is that he did attend the dinner and that the video that we showed was a video that
And
we
you've
made
never
in-house.
made an effort to correct the statement? Kasi, parang for me, mas nakakahiya yung statement ni Tourism Minister na nagpapasalamat pa siya na ginamit natin yung pictures nila na nakita niya during the Cambodia event. Was there, and you knew he had that statement. Was there an effort on your part to correct his statement? And for him to correct himself?
Yes. Madam Chair, through diplomatic channels, we did indeed reach out to the Ministry of Indonesia pertaining to his statement.
And what was their feedback? What was the feedback? Kasi parang
So far, there has been no effort to clarify.
Iniinsulto nila tayo, di ba? Parang ganun yung dating.
Madam Chair, we have not yet received.
You asked, did you write the DFA to write, hindi ko alam, diplomatic protest ba yan? Or to call out the attention of the Indonesian ambassador? Or was there that type of effort?
There was an effort to reach out to the
You
ministry.
wrote the DFA for them to reach out?
I'll yield to ASEC Verna Suceso for this, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, in relation to the statement, actually we reached out to our counterpart in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Ministry of Indonesia, just to advise them that what we had showed in the dinner that was hosted by the Philippines in Cambodia was actually an in-house production and was certainly not about the video and the ad in question, Madam Chair. That's all.
Was the response? I think, if you're standing by that statement, he should apologize to us.
Well, Secretary, it was just noted by the Vice Minister, and it was advised that it will be communicated. That's all.
Would be what?
Communicated.
Hindi nga, pero wala bang effort on our part to get an apology dun sa tourism minister na yon? Kasi he's lying based on your statements.
Madam Chair, since we're talking about the video that was shown during the dinner, the purpose of the dinner was actually to introduce Cebu as the host for the Joint Commission meetings for UNWTO next year. And therefore, the subject of the video that was shown were actually sceneries in Cebu, which definitely did not include the
Hindi, kaya ng
terraces.
secretary you should demand an apology dun sa tourism minister na yon. Because it was carried out by different newspapers and different media outlets. Tapos he was lying, I mean, based on your statements, na you've never shown that video in question during the launch was not shown in Cambodia. So anong rice paddies yung pinagsasabi niya na while he was watching during the event dun sa UNWTO, na isip na niya na rice paddies yun ng Indonesia. May rice paddies ba dun sa video na ginawa niyo about Cebu?
No, Madam Chair.
If there was none, so saan kinuha ni Indonesian Tourism Minister yung statement niya na there was?
We really cannot speak to the mind of the Indonesian tourism minister, but
But we can demand an apology because he was lying to us. Sinisira na yung tourism campaign. Diba?
We have already communicated to the Ministry of Indonesia our concerns, Madam Chair, and as
Have you reached out? Do you know the Indonesian ambassador?
yes,
Courtesy call. Have
we
you
were just
made an
together,
effort
Madam
on
Chair.
your part? Yung backdoor policy, backdoor communication na parang, Your Excellency, bakit naman ganun yung tourism minister nyo? Wala namang ganung video na pinalabas sa Cambodia. Was there an effort on your part?
Yes. Madam Chair, subsequent to communicating our position and our concerns to the ministry, the focus that the Department of Tourism has chosen...
But on your part, Secretary, did you make that effort to reach out to the Indonesian ambassador and tell him, parang mali naman ata yun, why issue that statement when there was no such thing, there was no photo during that event of rice paddies?
Following the diplomatic channels, Madam Chair, I did direct that the Department
No,
of
but
Tourism
on your
manifest...
end. On your end.
Yes,
as,
myself. I directed
No.
that,
Did you talk to the Indonesian ambassador?
I have not had the chance to speak to him personally, Madam
But
Chair.
you've met him. I mean, you
Yes.
know him.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
And
have.
parang there was no, kasi di ba usually in sa mga diplomat, mga ganyan, there's always that backdoor channel that we can use, di ba, aside from yung formal. Was there an effort na through backdoor channel? Kasi, I mean, you're always together sa mga UNWTO and other international events. So, was there parang an effort? Pero kilala mo naman tong si tourism minister.
I have met him in the international events, Madam Chair, and the last
After
time...
that event, did you see him again?
No.
O hindi pa kayo nagkikita?
Not yet.
Oo.
Mm.
So walang ganong on your end personally kasi like for example kunyari I'm friend or parang kakilala ko naman si usually nagbibigay sila ng calling card for para mas direct yung communication with each other. Walang ganong effort on your part to clear things and then for that tourism minister to retract his statement or even on your part I've never ako nakakita ng press statement on your end denying or saying na hindi totoo yung sinasabi ni Indonesian tourism minister. Was there an PR effort on your end to deny his statements?
Madam Chair, the focus of the Department of Tourism subsequent to the video showed by the DDB was to ensure that...
No. I'm talking about itong kasi kumalat yung statement ni ni Indonesian tourism minister when you said you read his statement, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Was there an effort on your PR team to issue a PR statement categorical and saying na during that event in Cambodia, there was no such video na may rice paddies, which means na hindi mo alam kung saan kinuha ni Indonesian Tourism Minister yung statement niya saying that while he was watching that the video na Indonesia yung pinapakita. Was there a PR effort on the part of DOT?
To publicly rebuke the Minister of Tourism of
Yes.
Indonesia, which is our partner in the ASEAN, Madam Chair.
Why not?
The focus of the Department of Tourism at the time, subsequent to the
pero-
DOT, if
But
I may,
remember,
Madam Chair,
parang bahagi yun nung di ba? Parang nagpatong-patong na yung negative publicity for the new branding campaign. Parang for me naging bahagi itong si tourism minister dun sa and very for me very damaging yung naging statement niya kasi hindi naman siya ordinary Indonesian. He's the Indonesian tourism minister.
Madam Chair, subsequent to us communicating our concerns regarding the said statement to the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, our focus then was to ensure that we safeguard government funds and immediately terminate the contract pertaining to the contracted agency, as well as to exact a forfeiture of their performance bond and to cease any and all relations with the said agency. Further
So tomorrow,
to that,
can you issue a statement denying the statement of the Indonesian Prime Minister?
first of all, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the Philippines exercises a foreign policy of being a friend to all and an enemy to none.
He's not our friend. The mere fact that he's lying. I mean, I'm talking about the tourism minister, hindi yung Indonesian country. Kasi sinabi niya naman, no such photo was placed during that event. So, I don't see any reason why you can't issue a statement tomorrow saying that he was not telling the truth when he said that during the UNWTO, a photo of Bali was used during the presentation. Or, di pala Bali, parang rice paddies in Indonesia. You issue that PR statement tomorrow?
Madam Chair, I completely understand your position, but the Department of Tourism does not operate in isolation, and it operates within the Executive Department, which has an existing foreign policy that is composed of a host of concerns, not only tourism. Nevertheless, I
It
understand...
creates the perception that he's telling the truth because we're not denying it. Formally.
Madam Chair, nevertheless, recognizing your concerns, We will, immediately after this meeting, reach out to the Department of Foreign Affairs as well as to the Executive Department to seek their advice regarding your request that we issue a press release on this matter.
Yeah, before the plenary session siguro, we would also consult with the DFA moving forward on how we can rectify the damage that the tourism minister did to our branding campaign.
Thank
Di
you,
ba
Madam Chair.
siniraan niya tayo? Don't you agree, Secretary?
As far as the statement that claimed that we showed the video on Love the Philippines in the UNWTO,
Bakit? Doon ba sa UNWTO may Love the Philippines na?
wala pa, Madam Chair.
Kaya nga, so bakit, why you said na Love the Philippines when
No,
during
I
the
said-
UNWTO there was no...
I said, as far as his statement.
No, he never
saying-
said the Love the Philippines video. He just said his statement was the video that he saw in Cambodia. When he was watching the video in Cambodia, he thought na, oh, that rice paddies parang looks familiar. It looks like it's in Indonesia. He never mentioned any Love the Philippines video.
My understanding and reading of the article published in the Jakarta Globe, where he was originally quoted, Madam Chair, was he had pertained to the video, quote unquote, launched on June 27, and saying that he recalls watching the video, quote unquote, Love the Philippines during a recent event in Cambodia. So that's what I'm pertaining to.
Yeah, bakit niya nasabi din na Love the Philippines when there's no... When you showed ba the video, may nakasulat na Love the Philippines?
I did not, but I surmise that this interview was conducted subsequent to the launch of the actual Love the Philippines video, which was on June 27, because the article was written in July 4. So he was asked about the Love the Philippines video on July 4, which prompted him to issue
So
this
parang
statement.
he got that impression. So parang kaya nga, for him, the Love the Philippines video that was shown during the 50th anniversary was the same video that was shown in Cambodia. I mean, from his statement, parang magiging ganun yung conclusion.
I really cannot speak for the tourism minister, Madam Chair. All I can say is that during the UNWTO dinner that the Philippine government
Yun na nga eh,
hosted,
parang-
the video pertained
so parang
to
ngayon,
Cebu.
nagtataka ako kung saan hinugot ni tourism minister yung sinasabi niya na it was the same. When you're telling me now na during the dinner, walang rice paddies dun sa pinresent niyang video. Ba? So talagang he's lying. Correct?
Which is why we already transmitted our concerns to the Ministry of Tourism, Madam
Pero
Chair.
there was no formal letter on your part. Ano yan? To Secretary Manalo saying the sequence of events and the statement. Was there a written letter from you to Secretary Manalo?
No letter from me to Secretary Manalo, Madam Chair. But,
Why not? To make it formal. Hindi ba dapat may formal correspondence?
Yes.
Kasi
Indonesia is-
bakit naman gagalaw si Secretary Manalo when there's no written request on your part to call out Indonesia? So bakit gagalaw si DFA?
With all due respect, Madam Chair, I think that we find ourselves in the unique situation of existing within the realm of the ASEAN, which promotes the concept of centrality, goodwill, and good relations among our fellow tourism nations, which is exactly why instead of taking a mode of attack as our approach in response to the statement, we communicated to the ministry to express our concern.
Written communication.
Assistant Secretary Verna Bansusaso actually called
No,
the
written. Was
Vice
there
Minister.
ever a written communication to formalize everything?
No written communication, Madam
You know,
Chair.
so wala tayong there's no written, there's no document stating na nagrereklamo tayo at the moment. Correct?
None at the moment, Madam Chair.
I suggest na Secretary, you write Secretary Manalo, tell him na ganito yung reklamo, na ganito yung ginawa ni Indonesian Tourism Minister. Kasi for me hindi natin pwede ito palagpasin. I mean, this is our branding campaign. Parang hindi pwede. Kasi if we don't do anything, yung statement niya is the truth and not your truth. Correct? That his statement would be fact and not a lie if you don't do anything formally. Written, Kasi if you want to do the diplomatic channel and formal channel, parang hindi pwedeng hindi ka susulat kay Secretary Manalo, and then si Secretary Manalo would, I would assume, would write his counterpart and get a response. And I mean, that is the process. But the mere fact that we hindi tayo sumulat or there was no parang formal and legal channel na ginawa ang DOT to correct that statement.
Madam Chair, the totality of the article, from my understanding, was actually subsequent to this statement in question to express support for the country. But I note your concerns, and as already committed.
Do you think that is a support to our country, his statement? Saying that that Indonesia should thank the Philippines for promoting them kasi we used their stock photo?
Madam Chair, I'm not here to defend the Minister of Indonesia, but my understanding.
But you're here to defend our country. Parang,
Absolutely,
I
Madam
suggest
Chair. Yes.
by tomorrow, write Secretary Manalo a letter. Siguro dun sa content ng letter na yon, sinasabi na yung Indonesian counterpart natin should correct himself because to begin with, there was no such video played during the UNWTO event. So, kumbaga parang walang basis yung statement ni Tourism Minister to say that we used their stock photo during the UNWTO event. Can I get that commitment?
Madam Chair, am I to understand that you would like the Philippines to file a diplomatic protest against Indonesia?
Not really a diplomatic protest, but communication through our DFA secretary na may ginawang pagkakamali naman yung tourism minister nila. Do you think na walang naging negative impact on our tourism branding yung statement ni Indonesian tourism minister? You think there was no negative impact?
As far as our numbers would show, none that we are aware, Madam Chair, considering
Yeah,
that
pero
we are
hindi
now.
mo naman talaga mako-compete yun dun sa, if you just, magiging, if ang basis lang is the tourism arrivals. Diba? Parang tinapakan niya yung bansa natin and we won't do anything. Parang hindi naman ata katanggap-tanggap yun.
Madam Chair, as mentioned earlier, since we have already communicated with the Ministry of Tourism, we will subsequently.
I'm sorry, Secretary, there was no communication on your end. It was just a phone call. That's not a formal communication to show, to show our displeasure for those statements.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned, I think my statements are already on record that we communicated, but per your behest, Madam Chair, we will consult with the DFA as well as the
You
executive
have
department.
to write Secretary Manalo. Kasi parang nababanggit mo nga, you want to do it formally and the proper channels. I think the proper channel is for you to write Secretary Manalo detailing the events that transpired during the UNWTO and then stating that there's no basis for the for the tourism minister of Indonesia to issue those statements na while he was watching that video, nakita niya yung same rice paddies that was used dun sa stock photo during your event. Can you CC me with your letter?
Your request is noted, Madam Chair.
Okay, can you provide the committee a copy of your letter to Secretary Manalo? Ano ba yan? Parang requesting for correction or ano bang on the part of the Indonesian Tourism Minister because no such thing happened during the UNWTO.
We will word the letter to state the fact, Madam Chair, that no such video was shown during the UNWTO
And then
dinner.
there's no basis for his statement that during the UNWTO promotional video na yung rice paddies, there was no rice paddies to begin with during the presentation. Correct?
Yes, the video was about Cebu, Madam Chair.
Sige. Okay, so yung branding nyo was, for this year was, ilang million yung nabawas?
Undersecretary Bathan will answer that question, Madam Chair.
Balik muna tayo dun sa computation mo pala. Dun sa 2023 budget. So yung 620 million, yung strategy research 30 million. I think you need to review this kasi una-una baka wala pa ba kayo what was on file na research?
What we have, Madam Chair, is a market study in relation to the new slogan, Madam Chair.
Okay, pero tip lang kasi usually, yung mga buyers nyo, sila na yung nagsasabi sa inyo na ito, ang reach na ito, ganito, kaya maganda mag-place dito. So, if kung kailangan nyo lang ng research for your placements, your buyer can already provide you with that data. So, you don't need 30 million for your media placements.
Duly noted, Madam Chair.
Okay, so yung wait, so for next year pala, may 30 million na naman kayo? For research?
This is with regards to the research, Madam Chair, for the 2024. What we are looking into with regards to the utilization pertaining to the 2024 integrated marketing campaign will not anymore focus on the brand, but still other areas where we can be able to place aside from the initial placements that we have already utilized for 2023 budget, Madam Chair.
So kulang pa yung hindi ba pasok na yun? Hindi ba when you contract yung 30 million out of the 620 million, hindi ba na yan? Hanggang 6 years yung placements nyo and then different segments. Hindi ba ganun yung magiging pag-aaral? Kasi, I mean, what's the difference of 30 million for next year? Nakasulat dito, Integrated Marketing Communications Plan, which is also the same as the 30 million that you're gonna bid out this year as part of the 620 million budget of 2023. Ano ba to? Recurring budget ba tong 30 million for research?
We consider this a recurring budget, Madam Chair, because we would like to further and continuously study the changing global market trends in the tourism industry, Madam Chair. And we would like...
And that's 30 million?
That is the proposed budget, Madam Chair.
Meron ba kayong research on how you can develop products for grassroots level? May ganun ba kayong research budget?
It's part of the tourism and product development, Madam Chair.
And how much is that?
The tourism and product development is not within the branding, Madam Chair.
Hindi,
That is on a
hindi
different-
nga. Kaninong budget yun? And how much is for the research?
Madam Chair, for the Office of Product and Market Development, our budget for 2023 is 342 million. And for 2024, it's 107 million.
Yung 340 million, research lang yan?
It's basically for product development.
Yeah. So how much?
For product development, the budget is about 141 million. And for market development, the budget is about 182 million.
May research component yan?
It includes strategic market development activities. So basically, it includes, for example, of course, there's market intelligence, but it also includes strategic activities like conduct of farm trips, participation in travel fairs in the opportunity
Hindi,
markets.
viability of a destination. Kaninong research? Kaninong ano yun? Anong budget would that fall?
Viability of a tourism destination.
Yes.
Basically,
Kasi
the
'di ba
regional-
di ba parang yung product nyo naman yung product development nyo would depend on the viability of a
Yes.
destination.
Yung sa amin po is actually thematic. So when you talk of product development, at least in the OPMD level, we look at, for example, nature-based tourism, diving,
So
education
which
tourism.
part of the OT would have that specific job studying a viability of a tourist destination?
In terms of opening it up for tourism,
Yes.
of course, there's tourism planning. So there is under our office, there's an Office of Tourism Development Planning that does that. At the same time, of course, our regional offices.
And how much is the budget for that?
For OTD Prim, for tourism development planning, we have a budget of about 15 million, Your Honor. So we have about
15 million? So anong coverage yung
15
15 million? Magkano?
So this is for
1.5?
2023. 15.
1.5
1.5 lang po.
1.5?
Yes.
So ito that's the office that studies yung viability of a...
Normally, what we do is for tourism planning kasi this is one of the local planning. What we do is we conduct workshops and assist local communities in preparing their tourism
Pero
plans.
yung DOT itself doing...
Yes, DOT does that. So we do tourism planning
so out of 15
workshops.
million, ilan lang nagagawa niyo ng ano?
Okay. So,
Ang isang LGU, we allocate 200, 300,000.
okay. How many LGUs? In a year?
Tapos din sa regional ba, meron silang budget for this?
In a year? Okay, we're able to support about 20 LGUs in a year.
A year.
Yes,
Tapos
and
yung
this is-
regional offices, may ganitong bang budget wherein on their own, they can do a destination viability study. And how much is that per region? Wait, isi-share ko lang ha. Katulad ngayon, no, yung committee ko, medyo na mga problema. Kasi parang isang katutak na yung naipasa sa House declaring this waterfalls, this, may mga lugar nga, buong probinsya pa yung pinapa-declare as a tourism destination, di ba? So parang, somebody needs to do the viability for it to be, well, apparently, based on your statement, kung 15 million lang yung budget, wala talagang naging comprehensive viability study in declaring such, ano ba yan, kunyari yung waterfalls as a tourism destination. 'Di ba? Kung 15 million lang and then 20 a year. So for this year, ano yung mga LGUs na nagkaroon kayo ng viability study?
Actually, Madam Chair, it's not a viability study. It's more of a tourism planning workshops that we do based on the recommendations of our regional offices on LGUs that have requested for
And then, tapos
tourism
ano,
planning.
yung output niyan?
Then they create their own tourism development plan. So basically, ganun
And then,
siya.
anong support yung pinoprovide nyo?
Yun nga, yung sa training.
Hindi, after, kunyari, nakakreate na sila ng tourism development plan, what follows next? On the end of, on the part of DOT.
Then the regional offices will also support them in looking at how the tourism development plans are implemented.
And yung mga regional offices ba has sufficient funds to support?
It will depend, Madam Chair, on, I guess,
For example, itong
actions.
20, santong 20 na to? O hindi, kasi I would assume last year meron kayong, last year may natapos na kayong 20, di ba? Kasi parang ano to parang meron kayong start-up na mga LG. Parang, I mean, that is the concept. So may incubation period. So for example, yung 20 that you assisted last year,
So they will now prioritize which projects will be the priority. And
so I would assume si LGU, meron na siyang
Yes.
nilabas na plano niya, and then ibibigay niya kay RD ng tourism.
Yes.
And then after that, what happens next?
Kasama din, ipapasok din yung mga programs and plans dun sa kanilang annual investment plan ng LGU.
Yeah,
So,
but on the
depende-
end of DOT, anong
Well,
assistance do you
okay.
provide?
Meron tayo, kasama dyan yung product development, kasama din ang what we call trainings, training programs, capacity building. So yung kanina yung sinabi about yung TISP programs, that's also part and parcel of planning.
Siguro
and preparation.
let's use one example. Kunyari last year, ano yung gano'ng katagal ba yan bago maging hinog yung product?
Gaano katagal? Can ask a partner.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Usually, Madam Chair, the product cycle usually takes about after 3 months of preparation of the plan, and it depends on how the adoption of the LGU to come up with the resolution. And the plan always look at how do they start developing their initial product, where in the market could develop rate.
So anong support yung pinoprovide no regional for them? Like,
Yes, ma'am, started with the capacity building. Sometimes,
sa training, walang actual collaterals?
Kuminsan, ma'am, depende po. There are some sites, for example, na there's already initial activity and needs enhancement. It could be on a marketing perspective that we need to support, or the local guides that we need to capacitate to further enhance the site.
Siguro can you cite, I guess, one success story or a site na developing stage?
One example, what we...
Or tsaka isang site na hindi talaga nag-take off?
There's a product we have before, ma'am, if you have yung sa Puning. It's in Clark, Pampanga. It started as a...
Sa loob ng Clark?
Ma'am, dito sa Angeles.
Sa labas?
Yes, ma'am, sa labas ng Clark. It's called Sitio Target that time. It was identified in Lodi Planet.
Anong year ho niyan?
It's a ecotourism project started in 2001.
Ang tagal na. Wala ho bang medyo bago-bago?
Bago-bago, ma'am. Matagal na pula ako sa product development.
Wala ho medyo bago-bago ng konti.
Planning, ma'am. I think yung surfing, ma'am. Surfing...
Anong year ho niyan?
30 years na po.
Hindi, anong year tong surfing?
Years na po yung surfing.
Baka naman, hindi naman ba kayong Aurora pa yan? Na-declare na namin ng birth of surfing.
Yeah, ma'am. I think marami...
Hindi, ngayon lately, I don't know, 2 years before.
Meron dito pa, ma'am, yung sa... We started...
O baka may mga regional ba kayo dyan that ano, can share?
I think, ma'am, the reader and more on...
Oo nga.
Kasi yung
Kasi sila
template
yung
sa
mas,
amin, ma'am, yung
mas
ginawa.
sila yung nandun sa baba eh. Meron bang from, ano, regional representative can share the incubation of a destination?
Good afternoon,
Parang
Madam.
di ka counted, develop na yung area mo eh.
Well, Madam Chair, to continue, Madam Chair, an example may be ESL. ESL,
Ano yun?
English as a second language.
No, I'm
sorry.
talking about the destination.
Okay.
Kunyari
I was
si
thinking about the
LGU,
product.
meron siyang waterfalls.
Yes. An
Na gusto
example-
niyang i-develop.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
anong,
ma'am.
how would
well,
the DOT operate na para eventually yung mga foreigners would visit that destination?
Yes. Well, it will be a case-to-case basis, Madam Chair, because it will depend on the priority of the local chief executive. There are...
Hindi, pero kasi taking off from the TDP na parang meron silang 20 na tinutulungan for planning and ganyan-ganyan, di ba? And then, pag natuto na si LGU to develop the destination, I would assume na supposed to be ibibigay nila kay RD ng DOT para, ano ba, can you provide us with collaterals or can you shoot a video for us or yung ganong ano, hanggang eventually magiging mature na yung destination na on their own, hindi na talaga kailangan i-promote.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure, Madam Chair, but another example would be where I come from, the canyoneering activity in Badyan. Canyoneering in Badyan, in Cebu, southern
Okay.
Cebu, 3 hours from Cebu City, and Alegria. So it was, but this, sometimes kasi, Madam Chair, it comes from the LGU, the initiative. Sometimes it comes from the main office. In this case, in Badyan, canyoneering, it came from the LGU.
Wait, anong year yan? Kasi sa kanya-kanya, 2001.
Hindi, mga 10 years ago, I'm not so sure, Madam.
Wala mang bago-bago? Wala mang mas bago?
Ang pinakabago, Madam Chair, na sinusuportahan ng current administration is not a destination but a cultural product. We call it the Filipino martial arts, if you will, Madam Chair.
Bukid nun yan.
So, Filipino martial arts is practiced all over the world. It is our answer to Muay Thai, which is the national sport of...
Pero kasi kung ganyan yung pinopromote nyo, that's multi-regional ang approach, di ba? So you have to develop all the regions
Yes.
na may garong martial arts.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
like, magkano binibigay niyo sa region para to support that product?
Yes, ma'am. Well, in this case kasi, sometimes...
Yeah, magkano nga?
Sometimes the initiative comes from a certain region. For instance, like surfing, talagang mabigat siya sa Siargao.
Kasi nag-cite ka na ng example na you're promoting Philippine martial arts, di ba?
Arnis,
Arnis,
Kali,
na parang
yeah.
ano yan, nakakalat yan sa
Sa buong
iba-ibang
Pilipinas po.
region, di
Yes,
ba? So ano yung dina-download nyo to support the regions for our RDs to promote that martial arts? How much have you downloaded sa region for that product?
Well, this is the same way with the ESL, Madam Chair, which is also big in Cebu, no? In my experience, it usually starts with the LGU, no?
Hindi nga
And in some cases, in
Simple lang naman yung tanong ko.
sorry, di ko-
Yung seksya. Di ba? Ikaw naman sa'yo naman nanggaling yung example na parang you're promoting martial arts, which hindi yan nakafocus sa isang region. Kalat-kalat yan, two different regions, di ba? Yun yung kumbaga dinidevelop nyo. So ang tanong ko lang, how much have you downloaded to the regions to support that product?
Well, since this is a very new product as far as DOT is concerned, because it has never been supported by previous DOT administrations, I know that we have supported NCR. And,
How much?
Hindi pa nabigay, no? Yeah, 300,000. We have conducted meetings with the NCR.
So for this year, nag-download ng 300,000 kay NCR. Okay.
Yes.
So, kaninong next region naman yung magda-download?
We also have, in Central Visayas, we have already spent, oh, yes, yes. In Central Visayas, we have spent a bigger amount, Madam Chair, because it's quite successful there. And it took us
Kano ba
3
yung
years.
total budget for this product?
Hindi pa kuan, it's very new, Madam Chair. So really, right now, coordinating with the
And do you
other
have
sector.
a study or research for this product?
We have, in fact, Madam Chair.
Sige, can you...
And it is Central Visayas based, and we are spreading it all over
Okay, hindi,
the.
pero syempre, dapat meron ka na idea on how much we're willing to spend. Hindi naman pwedeng, lang, parang, sige, 300 dito, try natin. Parang,
Yes, yes.
try, di ba?
Yeah.
I mean, dapat may plan na parang, okay, for Philippine Martial Arts, we'll spend 50 million. Tapos, si region ganito, si NCR will get 1 million. Tapos, ito yung mga program of events na kailangan niyang Wala kayong ganun?
We are still in the process of, this is very new, Madam Chair.
Hindi nga, for next year.
Yes,
I'm talking-
we will do that, Madam Chair, and we will provide
Hindi, pero
you.
wala pa nga.
We're still in the process, Madam Chair, also benchmarking in Thailand. These are our plans. No?
Okay, so ano yung ganong product na more or less alam niyo na kung magkano yung pwede niyong i-download dun sa region to promote? Kasi sabi mo, bago pa tong martial arts.
Probably, Madam Chair, dental tourism. Although I'm not sure if this is.
Ano yun? Dental?
Oo, kasi
Dental?
under medical tourism, Madam Chair.
So dito sila magpapapunta sa dentist, gano'n?
Oo, kasi ang dati nagpapadentista sa Tripon, for instance, tapos lilipad ng Boracay or Cebu, babalik after 1 week, ikakabit yung ngipin, uuwi ng Samoa. Parang
So yun, katulad na, how much have you downloaded dun sa region?
maybe Dr. Pao can.
Madam Chair, we yield to ASEC Vernaban Suceso, who has the details on this.
Madam Chair, I would like to share a specific example with regard, for example, to cruise tourism. So at the moment, because of the popularity and interest of many cruise lines to come into the country, they are actually looking for new destinations for them to visit and to feature in the cruises that are coming up. So this year, what we've done is to, of course, work with our regional offices and determine possible destinations
Pero
that we
hindi
can
naman,
feature.
hindi bago tong cruise tourism na to.
Pero
In
bago
fact,
po yung destinations that we're looking at because they need to expand the offerings. So
ano
much
nakikita
so,
niyong destination?
So yun,
Hindi, pero kasi remember, di ba, during the pandemic, I would assume before the pandemic, meron na kayong identified destinations na hinug na for cruise. Diba?
meron sila. Like for example, Manila of course will be your main. Palawan would be another.
Because
Boracay, Zamboanga.
during that time, doon na parang yun na yung segment na talagang tinututukan itong cruise tourism na it's not just Manila, it's not just Boracay, but in
Yes.
fact during that time nga sa Tacloban meron
Yes. Meron dyan. But there are other areas like for example, Zamboanga, Surigao. They're now interested to come in. Even areas of Cebu because at first, Cebu was not really interested in cruise tourism. So now we would like to open up Cebu also for cruise tourism. So right now, what we do is we work with our shore excursion partners and also with our regional offices. And then we do ocular inspections of various areas that have not been visited before. For example, Cagayan Valley, the Santa Ana area, they want to be updated. Quezon Province, they're looking now at Humalig and Bordeos Island. We're also looking at La Union. Although La Union was also a venue for cruise tourism, it has been quite a number of years ago. And we're also looking at Zamboanga and Tawi-Tawi. So with this assessment between and among the regional offices and the shore excursion agents and also the port operators, then we now determine whether the sites are indeed opportune and ready for cruise tourism. And these are
And
now
with the
recommended.
existing budget of the regional offices, they can
For this, since
support
cruise
itong ganitong initiatives?
for
Or
this,
you would augment the budget of
Madam
the...
Chair, we would download that because cruise tourism is one
So
of
how
the
much
key
have you
products.
downloaded?
Ha, just a minute. Okay. So for cruise tourism, our budget for 2023 is about 20 million. But this covers the entire sphere of activities from attending to attending various cruise tourism fairs, doing fam trips and things like that. So for this, about 300,000 to 1 million depending on the number of calls.
So ilan yung na-downloadan nyo ng additional?
How much? Let me check, Madam Chair. We can give.
So by
give you
year
the
end, how
details.
much yung na-download nyo sa mga regional offices? Kasi di ba parang maliit lang naman yung budget at the beginning, tapos within the year, si central office would download X amount sa kanila. So sa bandang dulo, magkano rin naman yung napupunta dun sa regional from the central office?
Madam Chair, in the case of cruise tourism for this year, out of the 20 million budget, about 7 million was spent for downloading to the regions.
Yeah.
For
Sino yung sinuwerte at nakakuha out of that 7 million? Total lang dito naman yung mga niya, di ba? So please raise your hands kung sino nakakuha. So NCR ka, no? NCR na naman. Region 1 and wala na.
Region 8,
Region 4B.
Region 8. So how much yung Region 2? 2 million sa'yo. This year. But for next year, how much do you plan to download sa kanila? Or ibang probinsya naman?
actually with the limited budget, Madam Chair.
Question, is that enough? Yung nakuha nyo? Okay. And Region 1.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Regional Director. Good evening na po, Madam Chair. For Region 1, the central office has been very helpful with the download naman po. We're now validating pa lang the sites that can be improved, but hopefully, pag nakuha na po namin yung results nun, I think we might need a bit more.
And ito pa lang yung additional funding for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Walang for other projects.
We do, ma'am, actually. The central office downloaded to us an amount of about 4 to 5 million in support for the World Surfing League in San Juan, La Union earlier this year, January 2023. We also had downloads we will have a validation of surf sites in Region 1, which will happen in December as well. So that's alongside the cruise tourism na ginagawa po ni Central Office as well. Thank you, ma'am.
For next year.
Actually, ma'am,
Yung World, World Surfing,
Yes,
yearly
ma'am.
event ba yan?
Actually, ma'am, it was the first time that it was held in the province of La Union. It's usually held sa Siargao. Pero natuwa po yung WSL. They wanted to expand further. So La Union provided them an easier and cheaper way from abroad, ma'am. Kasi sa Manila po sila naglalakad.
So is it safe to assume na next year baka sa La Union ulit?
Sabi po actually nagtatanong na po yung WSL if we have funding, and I didn't commit yet because we were waiting for the budget po.
Hindi, I think from magkano ba kailangan mo, baka we can already deduct it from the central office budget and give it to you already.
Sige po, ma'am. I will look at the costs po, ma'am, and then we will forward it to you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add, just on your question on how much downloads we have given to the regional offices, is that our different operating units, depending on the readiness of the regions and the request on the specific product development or market that they'd like to pursue, and trainings as well, they do download funds. So, for example, for tourism policy and planning, which includes the collection of data for statistics and tourism intelligence, as well as the support for local tourism planning, they have already downloaded a total of 13.9 million. And we have also supported, for example, the augmentation of personnel that we would want to have in the airports or key airports in different regions. Then we have to download additional funds for their personnel as well.
Pero hindi parang mas mapabilis yung
Yes,
proseso.
yes.
Is there a need to just increase already the budget ng regional
Regions.
offices at a certain amount, and then kasi ang liit talaga ng budget
Maliit.
nila eh. In fact, nung si Senator Gordon yung chair,
Yes.
siya yung nagde-defend ng budget, natuliban na na automatic nag-download na kami sa mga regions para yung proseso mas maiksi na, kasi 'di ba hihingi sila, tapos more paperwork. Hindi mo mas maganda na parang across the, magkano ba yung on the average na kukuha ng region ngayon?
Actually, the average is around 7 to 8 M.
Di ba, kunyari, gawin na natin tag 15 million sila.
Yes.
Naks.
And if I may add also, Madam Chair, because the amounts that the budgets of the regions are also based on the budget ceilings that are provided by the DBM, we have actually requested for
Wait, so si
augmentation.
DBM, naglalagay siya ng budget ceiling dun sa pwede niya lang i-download sa
No, the
region?
budget of the regions. The
So anong
regional
cap nila
offices
for the
themselves.
region?
Depende.
No, ka-efficient ba yung region sa utilization nila? Very good daw, oh.
Madam Chair, it really depends on the size of the coverage of the region, the regional office.
Kasi 'di ba,
itself.
kahit naman may cap, pwede pa rin kayo mag-augment ng mag-augment, 'di ba? Na I would assume baka may mga regions na nag-exceed din kayo dun sa cap ng DBM.
There is actually no cap for us to download and augment their funding, especially if they
Kasi
really need it.
yung nakukuha niya budget, kasama pa yung PS doon, 'di ba?
Yes, that's right.
So wala pa dun yung actual expense for tourism activities na kailangan i-support nung region.
They do have MOOE, but the average is around 15.
So like percentage-wise, magkano yung PS, magkano yung MOE? Let's say with a 7 million budget, magkano dun yung PS?
For example, for NCR.
Di, ayoko ng NCR.
Ayaw mo?
Gusto ko ng probinsya.
Region.
Kasi unang-una ha, yung
Region
NCR nga, dapat di niya na binibigyan eh. Kasi, di ba, hello, mayayaman na yung mga LGU dito. Afford na nila.
For example, Madam Chair, for Region 2, the total budget is at 18. The PS is already 10.
18. So, pwedeng, yan. So, more than 10 yung cap. Eh, kasi nakakuha sila ng 18
It really
eh.
depends on the
So si DBM, ginagawa niya per region
regional
ng cap.
office. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So 18. Magkano yung PS?
The PS is at 10.
Yeah, so 8 million na lang natitira for projects and ilang probinsya ang nasa Region 2.
So they also take a look at, yes, that's correct. We confirm that the DBM provides budget
Kahit mo
ceilings.
yung remaining 8 out of the 5 provinces. Maliit.
So we augment. So we do note that in prior years that the Congress has actually provided an additional 10M for all of our regional offices. And for 2024, we also foresee that the regional offices will have difficulty meeting their rental payments because of the lower budget ceilings provided to them.
Oh, kasama ba din sa MOE yung rental? So talagang magkano na lang natitira din sa project? Sobrang liit.
Madam Chair, may I just state that as a matter of policy under the Marcos administration, and I myself, having come from the region, and more specifically from the province of Cebu, I do recognize the necessity of empowering the regions in terms of capacitating them with more budget. So serious has been our effort to capacitate the regions that we have now downloaded over 111 million in total to the regions to augment the budgetary ceilings that they have been given, and we are not opposed to further empowering the regions with additional budget.
Yeah,
In fact, we fully
maybe
support it.
We can ask DBM dun sa ceiling na rational for the ceilings that they set for the region. Para dun sa mga regional offices ng DOT. Siguro last na lang. Di ba you've implemented this e-visa and yung pilot niya was China, correct?
The DFA and the DICT have implemented the e-visa, Madam Chair.
Was there a coordination? Anong security measures yung na-introduce considering our current situation? Meron bang involvement yung NICA when it comes to background check and
Madam Chair,
and why China?
Yes. Subsequent to the directive of the President, and as pleaded also by the private sector to implement an e-visa system for the Philippines, we engaged in a visa convergence coordination with the DFA, the Bureau of Immigration, the DOJ, as well as in the technical working group, the NICA sits, as well as the DICT. And in the course
How
of...
about the National Security Council? Was he part?
Not the... Only the NICA, Madam Chair. Yes. To continue, in the course of these visa reform convergence discussions, discussions were had as far as global tourism data, what that would establish that in 2019, China was the biggest supplier of outbound travel at over 160 million Chinese traveling globally, as well as studies published by the UNWTO still that they foresee that the current 53% recovery rate of the ASEAN can be improved by tapping the Chinese market. This is further supported by statements and studies published by the World Travel and Tourism Council that states that China accounts for 15% of the global spending on tourism. Now, as far as the Philippines is concerned, in 2019, while over 37 million Chinese came into the ASEAN, 10 million of those went to Thailand, while only less than 2 million went to the Philippines.
And out of the 2 million, ilan dun yung of not good standing? Kasi di ba parang marami rin nakapasok sa atin na Chinese using tourist visas, tapos nag-overstay na sila, and then some of them na involve into yung mga ano yan, illegal activities. How would we prevent that? Considering during the time, kumukuha pa sila ng visa sa embassies natin. When if we do implement this e-visa, ano yung security measures that would be implemented to prevent yung mga mistakes that was committed when we were trying to get the Chinese market? So we're going back to the Chinese market. That would be the priority, not the Korean, not the Japanese. Would that be the direction that DOT would be doing?
Madam Chair, the top source market for the Philippines is South Korea, and they have breached the 1 million mark in terms of international arrivals, and they will continue to be a priority for the Philippines.
Pero kasi di ba parang based din dun sa experience, na parang when we try to get the Chinese market, may certain market segment na nawawala eh. Parang may ganong effect yung Chinese market.
To continue, Madam Chair, apart from South Korea, we are also focusing on the United States, Japan, Canada, and other top source markets. The reason why China has been included in the sphere of priorities is because precisely of these global studies that would indicate that the tourism dollars that can be brought in by the Chinese market globally are of such a staggering amount that it can assist in the recovery of economies, including that of the Philippines.
But with the current undertones that is happening between China and our country, is it prudent for us to get that market? Ano ba yun? Hindi ba magiging success? I mean, we've survived this year without the Chinese market. Correct? Na in fact, nung pumasok yung Chinese market, bumaba ata yung Korean market and the Japanese market. Nung pumasok yung, hindi na nag-number 1 yung Korea eh, na overtake na siya ng China. I mean, is that the goal? Kasi considering na meron tayong ganitong issues at the moment, wouldn't it be more prudent to just concentrate dun sa nabanggit mo nga, like Korea, US, Japan, and lalong-lalo na yung European countries kasi kung if you would have more direct flights, if malift na tong mga travel advisory sa atin, hindi ba parang mas maganda mag-concentrate dun sa ganong markets and not more on China? Kasi di ba that time you were also considering India, which is also a good market. So why not India instead of China?
We are concentrating on both India and China, Madam Chair, but for the record, China visitors have not overtaken South Korean visitors, and there's no data to support that the arrival of the Chinese in the Philippines has led to the reduction of the South Korean visitors. As a matter of fact, as of October 2, 2023, there have been 1,061,000.
Previous years, nung, before the pandemic. Hindi ba Chinese market na yung number 1? O hindi pa din?
No, Madam Chair, the number 1 source market for the Philippines, even prior to the pandemic, was still South Korea.
So during like mga 2016, 17, 18, may data ba kayo ngayon?
Our data shows that in 2019, Korea recorded 1.9 million arrivals, while China recorded 1.7 million arrivals. And at the moment, China ranks number 4 in international arrivals into the Philippines, numbering over 200,000. The focus of the Department of Tourism in trying to tap the Chinese market, apart from the global data that I have already cited, which urges tourism countries around the world to focus on the Chinese market, is also derived from the implementing program on the Memorandum of Cooperation on Tourism that was signed in January of this year during the successful state visit of the President to China, at which I personally signed the agreement. That being said, Madam Chair, in coordination with the DFA and the DICT, the e-visa system is now in the process of implementation, with one particular city having been identified where they will initially roll it out. But China is not the only market that the DOT wishes to focus on, and we are very eager to expand as well to India and have already made.
Siguro, Secretary, baka unahin na lang muna siguro natin yung India in light of our current situation. Kasi malaki din naman yung market ng India, di ba? Baka at the moment, baka mas maganda maging pilot muna yung India considering we haven't gotten that market.
Yes.
Just review, maybe coordinate with NICA and National Security Council, kasi I would assume when you were doing the study, baka hindi pa ganun kainit yung sitwasyon. Baka we need to get feedback from our National Security Council or NICA if they really do have the capability to check itong mga i-issuehan natin ng e-visa. Siguro just review na lang. Since hindi pa pala ito na-implement, no?
There is already an
Na-implement na
initial
ba?
rollout with the DFA and the DICT, Madam Chair.
So may pumapasok na tayong mga Chinese visitors using the e-visa?
There have been individuals issued.
Ano ba to? May certain requirements before you can be granted an e-visa. And then pag hindi ka qualified, you have to go to the embassy and apply for a visa.
There is a
personally.
personal appearance required, Madam Chair.
So like, ano yung requirements for you to be a candidate for e-visa?
I will yield the floor to ASEC Verna to give you the details on the e-visa, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, right now, since the e-visa is still on the piloting stage, actually, they're just making it available for those who go to the embassy and the consulates to the consulate in Shanghai, because that's the very first one.
Yung e-visa, hindi ba yan sa computer mo lang mag-a-apply ka? Hindi ba ganun?
Sa computer din siya,
Pero
Madam
sa
Chair.
consulate?
Pero ngayon, since it's just for piloting, they're just inviting people to try it. So basically, those who come to the consulate are asked to fill out the form. This is fill out the form and
Wait,
then
bakit may form pa e-visa? I mean, hindi ba
online
so
po.
hindi pa to online?
Online.
Online.
They
So
fill
may
up the form
computer dun
online.
sa
Yes.
consulate and then si applicant magta-type lang siya dun sa computer na yon.
Yes, and then they also are expected to upload certain documents to support it. So, ganun pa yung, that's how we understood it from our...
Wait, pero kasi kung ganun din, parang bakit naman pa siya pupunta doon to do it online and isasubmit na lang niya dun sa consulate?
Kasi nga po-
Kasi kung siya din pala yung mag-upload.
Mag-upload ng documents
Oo.
niya. Kasi for piloting lang, what they want to do is ensure that the system is
Hindi, pero
performing.
Sige, pero that is a DICT project, no?
Together with the DFA.
Oo, hindi kasi baka parang mali, dapat sa piloting, baka dapat I mean, yung kumbaga, will hire people to test it, but to ask yung potential visitors natin to be doing that process, parang mali na naging burden pa on their part yung pag-apply. Kasi kung ako yung turista, parang pupunta na lang ako doon and then sasubmit ko na lang kesa yung ako pa yung mag-upload. But eventually, ano yan is you can just do it in your home.
Yes.
That's the end goal.
That is the end goal, and also for payments to be done online.
Online.
Right now, the payments are already done online, but they're
Okay.
still fixing, I think, some of the kinks to make it easier.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sige. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. And hindi pala, kailangan.
For submission po.
Syempre hindi ko mabasa. For submissions lang. Well, yung unang request ni Senator Lauren Legarda kanina. And then, yung LGUs with local tourism plans. And then yung products and markets developed.
Hindi, yan na nga eh.
Tapos na. So the budget of Department of Tourism, Intramuros Administration, NPDC, PCSSD, TIEZA, TPB, meron pa ba? Wala na, no? Deemed submitted for plenary consideration. Congratulations. We will now suspend this subcommittee meeting.